Namaskar, good morning, good day. Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu alaikum, Radha Bharkar, Vanakkam, Namaskaram. This is Engineer Surya Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day of August 11, 2020 to address to all my friends around the globe with various topics including engineering management and general life. General life in reality. Life is not easy as we think, but we make it difficult ourselves, that's true. Our our requirements have become so high, we cannot think below that. We have become so greedy that we want everything in life without much efforts. We forget that we have to leave this world one day, and we think everything is that is money, and money is everything for us. That is where we suffer. That is where we suffer, I say. That is where we suffer. Jan, here I am back to you again, your friend, your colleague, your trustworthy, in name of universe, in name of whatever power, to serve you. I am back here with whatever small knowledge I have, small knowledge. With that I am back here, and as usual, rough work, rough writing, but factual writing. Should not forget your life, should forget past. You should remember everything of past. If you forget your past, you forget your current, you forget your future. That's also true. Life is like that. We should respect life. We should respect nature. We should respect ourselves, and we respect every one of us. And if you do not, sadly, because we all come from God, if you don't respect each other, if you don't respect poor, God shall not respect us. That's also a fact of life which you should remember. Life is not what you think. Life is what that God wants us to do for God. That's it. Life is what is different here. This is all title that I may talk depending upon availability of time and what comes to my mind. I am never prepared. Just see what can we talk. Though it says many hours I can see, but these hours are also very limited if we consider subjects, if we consider vistas of engineering, vistas of life, vistas. I think we should be all-rounder in speech and in writing and thinking. That is required. And if you are not all-rounder, you just stick to one thing, then you close your doors for additional information or relevant correlated informations. You close your doors, and if you want to close your doors, no key can help you. That's also very important. When I say key and lock, close door means you're locking your door. Lock it, that's up to you. Nobody can help you. Even God cannot help you if you want to run away from some responsibility. Because gaining information in terms of knowledge is also your responsibility. And if you do not do that, life goes as goes, time passes, time is friend of none. You have to wait for time. Time cannot wait for you. Time is not your servant. you are servant to time. That's also a fact of life. If you don't understand this point, you lose yourself, you lose everything. Life is like that, and I think we should understand this point very clearly. Time does not wait for anybody. You have to utilize time. It's like money, it's like wealth, it's like opportunity. If you don't avail it, opportunity cannot wait for you. You have to understand this fact. And if I cannot understand this fact, you cannot understand this fact, we lose our lifetime. We are not living here for thousands of years. We have to live only for a couple of decades. Some live for 60, 70, 80 years, some live for 100 or more. But working life during this period is very limited. Not more than 10, 15 or 20 years. In fact, if you take overall duration of your life on earth. So in that 10, 15, 20 years or 25 maximum in reality I'm telling you, means you have to perform. But in your childhood you train yourself, you take training, you go to school, university. You learn something for your life. You learn something for your life, that's okay, but that learning is very limited. That learning does not give you efficiency to face situations in life. You can face situations when you are something, to some level you become competent, capable, consistent, and you can respond to circumstances, good or bad, whatsoever. Sometimes these circumstances suit you, you say it's good, and sometimes these do not suit you, then you say it's bad. But to my acceptance, it's never bad. When it seems bad means actually that becomes good, because in that circumstance you have to use additional effort, extra efforts to bring yourself to that level which circumstances demand, and that's called progress, that's called achievement, that's called, if you surrender, you cannot get anything, and you stand to fight in that circumstance. You stand to withstand those forces that attack you according to your thinking. Though I can't say it attacks you, but you think so, well, it's okay, it's not possible to talk. Opportunity is a must. There is no risk in life. If you think there is no risk, and you think even this risk, everything is risk. It's up to your definition. You have to apply on yourself. COVID-19 is playing its role, just like it's an example to you. It's an example to everybody. COVID-19, there's a force in the universe that grips everyone. For God, universe is one body, one system, while earth is one country. This is an indication that God says whole earth is one country. That's why there is no COVID-19 Bharat, there is no COVID-19 UK, there is no COVID-19 America. It's only COVID-19 sent to destination Earth by superpower. By that power, to whom whatever I call it supreme superpower, that is responsible, that is honor of this earth. That superpower has clarified, that superpower has told everyone there is only one country, and that is known as Earth or world or whatever you can say. This is only one country. There is no second country. Your imaginations made so many countries. Otherwise, there would be many COVID-19s in each country, but that hasn't happened. So this is clear lesson number one from God. Let's stop thinking nonsense. I developed this, I produced this earth, and I know this is one world because all designs of human are same, all requirements of human are same, and you must understand this point. I was not fooled when I produced this earth. I produced for my children, and you all are my children, but you have forgotten this. That's why I have to remind you by scolding you, by teaching you, and this COVID-19 is an example, one of many examples I am going to teach you. If you cannot understand this point, you do not respect me, your worshipping is not required, your attitude is required. Attitude towards me, attitude towards the superpower. That you don't have, you miss it. This lesson God is giving, but unfortunately, greedy, avaricious human does not understand this. We consider wealth and money and economy above existence, above value of God. Don't forget whatever money you are getting, it's because of blessings of God through earth. You have not contributed anything for this money. You may be whatever. Your role is only to use whatever wealth is available within earth or lithosphere. You have no independent contribution to that. You are just able to use that all over the world. So when your contribution is nothing, how can you challenge someone? You cannot challenge someone. It may be COVID-19, it may be whatever else in future. You are nowhere. You may develop vaccine. It doesn't mean anything because till now COVID-19 is not defined yet properly. It has been defined relatively, not basically, not primarily, not fundamentally. So don't waste your time. Trust in God and value COVID-19. If you think it's your enemy and you are able to remove it from earth, I think you are in darkness. Rather you change your attitude and feel that earth belongs to everyone, its wealth belongs to everyone. Change your dishonesty attitude, change your monopolizing attitude, because every person living on earth, every person residing on earth has every right on property of earth. If you cannot understand this point, you are alien to earth though you are staying on earth. You are alien to God though you believe in God. Your belief is only selfish. It's nothing to do with reality. So COVID-19 like forces work always, but a clear example it is America-like country, USA, which used to boast forever. It has been boasting itself for centuries that this is the only country in the world which is most powerful in each and every respect. We have seen how much powerful, what power it has. It is powerless country, completely powerless country. I can say, yes, it may boost in some way, but that doesn't mean it is power. It's power, not power. It could not combat something with its power. Its weapons are useless because those weapons are designed and destined to kill others. God never intends that you kill each other, but your weapons means you want to kill others. You are selling killing business to others. Not only you, many others. You want to dominate world, but forget that there is a world above this world. That world is much more powerful than this world. I am not interested in making imaginary talks. I make relative talk, and that's very important for everybody to understand. Your lifestyles have been broken by COVID. Your social structure has been broken by COVID. Your unnecessarily running speed has been broken by this COVID. Nobody could imagine last year, before November or December, something like this could happen, but it happened. And many more such things are on card to come in. because God wants, that power wants to keep lithosphere and earth clean from dirty elements like we have in this world. Everybody is empowered by God, but those who have more power, they want to suppress others, and that is called devil action. You have to live in peace on earth. Oh, super devils would come and then treat you well, don't worry. They won't say anything, they won't stop you from doing something, but they infect you, whosoever, small or big, watchman or a president, nobody can be left. This is truth. Proven, proved truth. It may be poor, it may be rich, it may be powerful, or it may be top powerful. Nobody can escape such superpower. So COVID-19 is a power. You accept it as soon as possible, better. And if you don't accept, you say, no, we will fight with this. You are human being. You cannot fight with natural forces. If you cannot fight with natural forces, think of keeping yourself preserved, safe, and respect God by respecting earth, by respecting lithosphere, and on top of that, by respecting humanity. Honesty is required in this world, not dishonesty. Sincerity is required, no sincerity. Liars are no value in this world. If you lie, you will suffer, whoever you are. If you lie, you shall suffer. If you promise and you do not do that, you shall suffer. Do not make any promise which you cannot do. Do not lie in any situation. Help those who require help and honest people. Never help criminals, never help crooks. If you think you can do whatever you intend to do in this life on earth, then you are a kid in lower class than KG. You are a kid. You have no maturity level. You have no thinking level. Your levels are not developed. You are not professional. You are not rational. You are not professional. You are nowhere. At this point, you should understand very clearly. God doesn't care for you, remember. You may be billionaire or you may be trillionaire. God doesn't value that. God values only that one which you did for God. What you work in this, on this earth, lithosphere, positively, for support of God, that is valued. Collection of money is not destination. You may collect money, you may become billionaire or trillionaire and say, I am richest in this world. There is no valuation of this in books of God. Valuation is what way you improve and did improve. This earth is important. I am not telling you something like spiritualism. I am just telling you God does not want to spoil God made property. God produced property. That's where you are right. If you can improve, it's okay. If you cannot improve, do not boost your power, do not boost your personality. And remember, those who make false promises, who lie to others, they have to suffer, and there shall be no one to protect them at that time. Remember, life is not for individual based, life is for everybody. If somebody becomes a leader, it is his duty or that person's duty to support those who made that person leader. And if that person acts over smart, certainly that person's deterioration has started. That person's destruction has started. And due to destruction of that person, destruction of that country or assumed country also starts. So ultimately, truth prevails. Remember, false does not prevail. Dishonesty does not prevail. System works and keeps on working. You use your personality for factual statements or for rubbish statement, you have to suffer. You may be a king on earth, doesn't matter. You will be, if not a peon there, where your position is permanent position. This is temporary position, that is permanent position. You will be treated as a criminal there, even if you are a prime minister or president there. You shall be treated like a crook there, remember. Therefore, honesty is best policy. Factual statement is best policy. Never be involved with fakeism. Never be involved with fakeism. Do not pinch souls of others. If you cannot do good for others, keep silent. If you cannot do good for others. But if you say, I'll do this much for you without any basis, this means this is liar statement, lying statement. You may be from whatever area of this world. This applies to everybody. Do not play with sentiments of people. Do not sell what you can't sell. Do not sell God in your politics. Do not sell humanity in politics. That is real injuring of society. And when there is a as we say, there are sins, when the sins develop, in our language we say in Sanskrit, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirvati bharate abhayutthanam adharmasya tadhatmanam srijami aham praritra naya sadhunam vinashaya chadushkatham dharma sansatha pranarathaya sambhvami yuge yuge. Do you know meaning of this? This has great meaning. When this world is challenged by crooks, when this world is attacked by those, criminals, sins rise above your nose, above your eyes. When sea is full of dirt, oceans are full of dirt, seas and oceans are going to ooze them out, certainly. And we expect that time because God promises that when this happens on earth, here word Bharat has been used. Bharat means world. Bharat, earth, Bharat. That God comes here, steps down from those offices where that God lives, comes here on earth to challenge those, to punish those who are crooks, and to help those who are innocent, who are honest, who are sincere, who are development lovers, and who are positive for this earth. All institutions which are destroyed by crooks, they may be politicians or they may be others. Those crooks are removed, they are eliminated by whatever way, and all institutions are reorganized, reset, and so that right activities go on and bad activities do not go on. Even then it happens, again it comes, that power comes again, and sometimes it comes in different names, and that names could be COVID-19, 2019, or could be COVID 2119, or could be 2219. This keeps on going like this. Therefore, better you change your attitude. Life is not permanent. One day everybody has to live. You shall stand alone in that cage, in court of God. You shall stand alone. There shall be no advocate for you. You shall have to respond all your sins and be ready to receive punishment. There shall be no mother, father for you there. There shall be no brother, sister for you there. There shall be no your friends there. Only your soul shall stand there. And then, justice of God is very different. There is no tolerance. Remember this, or else world is full of corrupt leaders and people. It is, yet they think it is permanent. Nothing is permanent. Earth is permanent. Lithosphere is permanent. We are not permanent. We are just like bubble which come here, go away. So remember, life is different. You are thinking that you belong to earth forever. That's a mistake. You think you can do by lying something, you can get election elected. Yes, you can get election elected. You can get some seat in power. But that is not higher than power which is given to even a helper by God, because helper did honest work for life, hard work for life, did good work for life for God. So God will value that much higher than you are being billionaire or trillionaire. You must keep this in mind. On earth position has no meaning. Your contribution is meaning. If you do not contribute rightly, then you have to answer. There is no spiritualism in my talk. This is factual talk. When you do something, you have to get back also in form of result of that. And that's what you have to think of. If you can understand this, it's up to you. If you cannot understand this, no one can you force to understand this. That is what I have to say. I now jump on to management. Engineering management, that is very important part in my consideration. Maybe you are different, you are big one, you are intelligent, much more intelligent than what I am. That is possibility. You are maybe super professor in your thinking. Okay, I am very small person. I am not even a teacher. Forget being professor. I am very small, like a watchman, I can say. God, you can say. I am God of this earth. You can say that. I am God of this earth. I am God of something which I am talking of. Not more than that. Though education wise, whatever education wise we have designed on this earth, I have some certification of that you know very well. But that is not end of life. End of life is your performance. I do not consider certificates more than just an indication. This is my identity, and that's all. Identity is only for admittance, or it's only for entry, or you can say just recognition. But real recognition comes from your performance. You may be whatever. You may be prime minister, you may be president, you may be scientist, you may be doctor, whatever you are. Your performance is real certificate. And if your performance says no, you could not perform satisfactorily, this means your education also goes that way. Your certificate also goes that way. So certificate is only a statement, an announcement, nothing more than that. In our consideration, I called it a notification, because it's notification, not your name. It's addressed, not addressed to you. It's addressed to public of whole world. That's its certification. You are entitled to use this title, or I have qualified this training. Qualifying a training, having a training, and after doing nothing is no meaning at all. And if you do something unsatisfactorily, also a failure. And do something by using mind, using your energy, and doing good to some extent, that's called performance. Performance means work done is performance. Speed of work done, quality of work done, efficiency, how fast you work, how reliable you are, and how much you can improve on that. It's all called performance. The money earning is the second point. That's not related to performance, because money earning has no formula. Sometimes I have seen people who just speak and convince others that I can do this, and they get money. But when they do not do anything, except talking and talking and talking and talking. And talking is no solution. Talk works to some extent only, not to all extents. Talk is a must indeed. I am also talking to you. Talk is a must. But remember, talk solid. Talk if you can do it. Otherwise, don't talk. If you think just talking will convince someone, yes, in first instance, it convinces someone. A person is saying right, that person is talking. It sends a signal to other person that we can trust this person because at least he talks means he will do it. But also again you talk. When you start something, you talk and talk and talk, so that you have a habit of talking in such a fashion that your talk must be heard by someone. If that is your style, then your talking is hollow, your talking is baseless, has no weight. Talking means do it. That's I say. If you talk means you project your mind, that's what you talk. If you are projecting your mind without any preparation, without any backup, and you cannot do that, you talk once, then the second time you talk, then third time you talk same thing, and fourth time, I will do, 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 I shall do, I shall do, I have done this much there, I shall do again and again, I see. Oh, see that I have done there, that work I have done there, that work. You go and see my work there, you go and see my work there, you go and see my work there. And here you are doing nothing. You are just referring to 50 projects you did. Here you have to work, you are given a chance, you are not doing. This means those references are fake, false and lies. One time that person shall certainly understand, yes, you can cheat someone for one time, second time. First time you can cheat, second time you can cheat, third time, cheating is not possible because you are exposed. If you are that type of person, then you are wasting your time on talking. I think talking should be replaced by walking. You walk. You walk. Don't use on your tongue. Don't base on your tongue. Base on your mind and legs. Because tongue can speak, tongue cannot do anything, but mind can think. Tongue cannot think, remember. Mind can think. If your mind's energy is used by tongue for talking only, this means your energy of mind is deleted or reduced. Why I tell you, sometimes I also don't know. Believe me. I also don't know why I'm talking like this to you. Though I did not make any program to talk to you, I made something else, but still I am talking like this. This was either I am foolish, I can define myself foolish too, because everybody has some foolish identity, some foolish content, foolishness content, everybody has. If you don't have foolishness content, then you are not human being. Somebody has, to some extent we are foolish too. If to major extent we say I am intelligent, this means remaining extent I am not intelligent or I am fool. Why we call someone fool? Because that person does not logically think, that person does not think, and that's why we say it's a fool. Fool is not an abusive word, it's a parliamentary word. Parliamentary means it's a public parliamentary word, not legislative parliamentary word. Because they have different words. They only talk and talk without any basis. But we are educated people, we talk with basis. When I talk of engineering management, I explained, again I am explaining, for engineers, for public, for all. Use of mind is very important. Use of mind means use of God's service, because God stays in your mind. If God stays there in your mind and you don't use God, it's an insult to God. God is there everywhere and it's inside me and you will. It's not complete God, their connection to God is there. It's internet, universal internet. It's internet that's devised by universe, and this is very powerful internet. It has servers everywhere. Your mind is your server. You don't need any server, as your mind is connected to permanent server, and that's God's mind. Your mind is connected to God's mind. Keep this in mind. Don't be too heavy in your thinking. If you are doing something using mind, this means your God is doing that. Your God is supplying you the information, and your machine that is yours, body, is using that power and mind to produce something, to do something, to process something. That's what I think. Because my mind is not in my control. It's in control of someone. Yes, we can analyze what's coming in, what information comes in, that everybody has to analyze, has to understand. You have every right to ensure that analysis is right, and if it is not right, you can condemn that or you can ignore that, or whatever comes logically to be investigated. And if you think using your mind again that that's fine for you, that is reference for you, that's information for you to be used in your work, you can use it. It doesn't mean that you stick to your book's knowledge. No. Book knowledge is a fundamental basis to understand more knowledge to come. Book knowledge, you can say, is a carpet, is a floor that allows you to walk on. And once you start walking on, means you start more and more thinking practically, not imaginarily, not theoretically. Your theory shall be realized, whatever you learn, that shall be realized. And that's what I say is human engineering. Every human engineers something, in spite of fact that human is not engineer in every way. But engineering doesn't mean education of engineering. Engineering means whatever work you do based on thinking, advanced knowledge, application for public, application for society results in, that is called engineering. That is more important. Engineering is not just discipline of engineering or branches of engineering. Whatever you do, change society. Whatever you want to do something to change something, and that if you do successfully for benefit of public, that's called engineering. Engineering itself is a mechanism driven by all, driven by God. As I often repeat, God is biggest, top, greatest, most powerful engineer. You cannot deny this fact. God is such an engineer that engineers this machine, myself and yourself, by its own power. It manufactures human body in the soul enters. Soul enters. That soul operates yourself, operates your body, uses mechanism of your body and God's power, and produces everybody. And we are toys for God probably, we are robots for God probably, but we are human being as well. Human being we are because of our sentimental part, our emotional part. If there exists no sentimental or emotional part with bodies, ourselves, then we are pure robot. Pure robot. It's sentimental connection that pulls legs of mind. It is sentimental connection, emotional connection that weakens everybody, because sentimental means releasing collected energy, releasing gathered energy. This is what sentiments can do. Bhavna in our language. Your flow of sentiments is very dangerous to your progress. Your sentimental state is very dangerous. Yes, it's good for your family, for your relations, and wherever you can say your personal life. Because your personal life is not exclusive for you, your personal life is for relatives, for your family, for your society, or whatever you can say. But this personal life is ruled by sentimental procedures, which is very dangerous, which is very deteriorating, it deters you, it deters everybody from doing good work. Because then you have to balance out of two. You go mental state or you go sentimental state. Means you have to decide yourself in every act you do in life. Engineering is not an act. Engineering is a domain. Domain, it's such a high domain in which millions and crores of people are absorbed. Engineering is not for everybody, just like medical is not for everybody. Engineering formally is very big, very big. Because engineering starts something constructively, goes on, and then it stays somewhere for very long duration. And also engineering is responsible for change, complete change, for challenge, for understanding construction of life and construction of universe. Everybody who comes to earth is a construction by God. Even animals and birds, they are construction by God. You may think I am talking speculatively. Not at all. Whatever I am talking, keeping in mind that it is engineering to do something or not to do something. When you say to do something for development, for construction, for movement, that is positive engineering, and you do same thing for destruction, that is negative engineering. Positive engineering makes it, word is made up because of positive engineering, not because of defective engineering. There are energies in earth, everybody knows. Those energies are never stable. This also everybody knows. These energies have major impact on earth within, yet earth do not. Earth never ever deviates from its directions, from its path, despite having so many disturbances, so many insertions in it which are redundant, which are not required, yet earth moves on and on and on its path, whatever path is given to earth. And we all follow it, even though we do not know it, but we follow it. Because when earth moves, we too move. We cannot say, hey earth, you go, I won't come with you. No one can say that. My dear friends, when I say engineering mechanism, complete engineering, I do not relate to subjects only. I relate to your mindset. What do you think about engineering? It's not a domain, it's not a word. It's a state of your mind that is engineering. State of your mind that is engineering. Engineering is not a fiction, it's reality, physical reality. So you cannot say as hypothetical or what. It's pure physical world. It was not now, it has been there since this earth was. This earth was manufactured. I can't say manufactured or what, but that was delivered to universe. Earth was delivered, these planets were delivered, people were delivered, Nobody knows facts about that. And nobody may know facts about that because these are all out of records. We don't have any records of that. We can only imagine, or we can only consider this could happen or that might have happened. So better don't waste your time. Even if you know what happened, then you can't do anything in that addition. You can't add there something to that kind of proposition. Sciences of engineering, we know, we study all when we are in school and colleges. We learn and we do everything by writing, by reading, by understanding, and using many times same writing, so that you remember. Go one, second, third time, fourth time when you write, you shall like not to be so attentive because you have done it already. You can write only for some person who is now in his mode to think. When I say think, it's not ordinary think, it's contemplation on something. And I say engineering is a contemplation. It's not simply branch of engineering. All engineerings are contemplation. It may be civil, electrical, mechanical, or IT or something. You have to contemplate. And you can contemplate only when there's some design being followed or allowed to be used. Engineering profession is not just a profession. This is for everybody service. You have to think for others. That's it. Thinking for others is not on private level. Thinking in a way that all others should get benefit of your knowledge. That should be, you can say, it's meant for others. You, by your knowledge, you cannot make someone engineer. That's not possible. Even if you are very experienced engineer, you can speak to someone, you express your way, and you expect that the person shall teach you, shall sell you. That person can neither teach you and never sell you, but you are horrified. I cannot pull on management whole time, because management or organization, everybody has different approach. You have one style of thinking and you organize accordingly. I have a different style. Same way everybody in home, whether you are for work or for rest, mind does not stop. I am talking a lot about mind these days because mind should be made clear first of all. Mind has nothing else except to think for every subject, every topic, every approach in life. You have to depend on mind for everything. But unfortunate it is that only few percent people use their mind in optimum way. We do not use mind in a professional way. If you think something very special, other than routine, once you think, second time you think, third time you think, fourth time maybe you have to think, and fifth time maybe you think. I don't think these are, real steps. It's going to be 1 to 10. I was interested in talking about engineering management, and engineering management means every subject of engineering, civil engineering and others as well, which are not only theoretical subjects but applied subjects. Applied subjects is everywhere in engineering, and even sometimes construction itself is an applied subject. You cannot simply say we are doing construction because no, this is also application of engineering. Actually speaking, construction on site is an application of engineering at final last end. It's a result of many phases of engineering. When we say we are doing construction, 1% or 2% are there maximum, depending upon type of people. Once you start thinking in a different way, engineering shall change. When you start thinking, keep up your mind, make up your mind that you have to do engineering and not construction. You understand what I mean? When you are on site or you are in designs even. Design is also a kind of site, a workshop where you produce designs. It's a workshop, I can say. It's not what you think. It's workshop because you are working there. You are working on some other work. You are doing designs based on your knowledge. So that is work. Your option in designs, what you should take, what you should not take. That is very important part, I can say. You take it, you don't take it, that depends upon you. That's very important. So it's a workshop. You say, no, I don't take this option, I take this option. That's in your hands, you're a designer. Maybe you work with an architect or you work independently, both think that way. Ultimately thinking is your job, not architect's job there. It's design part, it's building part, so you are master of design there. Architect has no role in that. But suggestion is of course there, contribution is of course there, cannot say. But ultimately, it's you who have to ensure actions on that, forces on that, how to handle forces. You cannot leave everything to software. Software is only limited one. Software is not like your brain. It's not like your brain. I understand you are not user of software like StatPro or like I know it can be used, there is no major problem. But until you experience that, you cannot say, I could not get an opportunity during my career. But it's not difficult for me because I know what they do in software. It's nothing very special. It's ultimately a worksheet is used for calculation purpose, though it is hidden from projections. Ultimately, behind scene, drawing is of course there, but practically you can say worksheet or Excel sheet or their own customized one works there for calculation purposes. They teach like you have to design beam, you have to design columns, you have to design foundation, you have to design slab, or you can say what else? It's a slab, or they call it plate. You have to use nodes, you have to take y down positive, x right positive, x left negative, y upward negative, y upward, you know, make positive, y downward negative, z towards you positive and z away from you negative. This is common in software, everybody knows this. These directions you have to manage, you have to do it. So, and why we design, otherwise we take, when we learn, we take sagging positive, hogging negative, we go clockwise positive, we go anti-clockwise negative. In design software they say go clockwise negative and anti-clockwise positive. This is means nothing different. This is your reference only. Whatever way, ultimately you have to calculate. If there is some deflection downwards, it's downward. If there is some deflection upward, it's upward. If there's hogging, means there's hogging. There's sagging, means sagging. If there's torsion, means torsion. If there's a sway, means sway. Whatever way you take, it has to happen. Means it's not, sometimes not in your hands. Results you cannot control. You can control input in designs. Input is in your hands and output is, yes, if you calculate yourself. If you calculate using worksheet, you make your own applications or own, you can say input. I want to use this formula, this best one. You can use this. You can then formalize that whatever formula is there onto your sheets, and of course it takes some time. But once you have taken this, you've gone through this, it shall be nothing for you. It shall be very easy once it is developed. And I usually develop such formula for if I have some work like this, or even if I don't have some work like that, I can use this formula. Howsoever we should not trust automation all time. I'm not speaking against automation, but I'm speaking against, there are people who give input to computer, and everybody can cause error. Error means not, it's actually permittable, but if it is very often, this means there is something wrong. It is often. So these basic designs everybody does. Moment distribution, redistribution, and without moment distribution, you can say without moment distribution, and we use many ways, many procedures to find out results. When we begin with trusses, we begin with bending, we can say simply supported beams, we begin with cantilever beams, and sometimes some of these are useful, some of these are not useful. But we have to learn everything. When you go in your advanced stage, you start comparing your body to with that. Right? Sometimes you think that way, and that's what the engineering is required. Inquiry what engineering is. Engineering is thinking. I say my hand is like this. I keep like this. Certainly I feel strain here sometime. I feel strains like this. As cantilevers, right? It happens, means life involves that. I'm standing straight on my body. Whatever weight I have, my weight is spread on my foot. It may be whatever. It can be, you can say 20 centimeter by 10 centimeter leg. Let's say 20 centimeter, 25. There is a 25 centimeter into average 10 centimeter, 250 square centimeter. So my weight is 250 square centimeter, and if my sole is say little flat, it comes into complete contact of that soil surface. This means my body weight of, let us say half of my body weight goes to one foot soil, 250 square centimeter, or whatever you consider. This 40 kilogram weight goes to that one. 40 kilogram goes to 250 square centimeter. 250 square centimeter, how many square meters you can find out, that's not a big issue. So per square meter, what's load? You see how much load is there? Can you understand my point? 250 square centimeter my foot solid. You have to divide by 100 and 100, 10,000. If you divide by 10,000 means there are 4 zeros, and you are saying my 250 square meters. So how much in 1 square meter? So you have to multiply by 10,000. 10,000 to get kilograms per square meter. So 250, then 10,000, and out of 10,000 if you take out 3 zeros, so this is 10. This means 25. Right, 2.5 tons, or you calculate yourself, it will be 2.5 tons. I think, I am sure, maybe not 25 tons per square meter. So just think of, if you suppose you are not having, sometimes you have to walk on your surface, loose surface of fill, and when you walk you feel yes it's going down, is why it's getting in, getting down, being compressed gradually, and you say walk on that for half an hour. You will find that there's on portion you walk, that portion is gone down because of compaction by your body, compaction by your feet. This means you have a capacity more than a plate compactor that compacts that surface. Means think this way. Sometime means you can use some this type of procedures for compacting fill in rare emergency. Or you walk on this surface for half an hour and see it's being compacted or not. And if you see, it's compacted now, it's rebounds if I walk on that, this means you have compacted that. It's something very imaginary I am talking, but it's thinking based. You have to think this way. After all, you are human being, you are forced to. When you walk, don't you feel tired? Because of what? Because of energy you lose. You lose energy while you run or walk. And you say, I am losing energy, this means I am burning fats. You are interested to burn fats, that's okay. But you are gaining energy also because you are losing energy. You gain energy as well, which you do not notice. Remember, just experience. Again I say, many times I told you, you are walking, you walk for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and once your body is used to that environment of walking, your body parts are used to that. It's just normal for it to you're walking. Your body parts programs it very fast. And yes, you are losing energy, that's also true. You continue lose energy, but also you continue gain energy. Reason? Your mind is awake. It's it's not sleeping, it's not drowsy. Your mind is walking. You are in open navy. You are gaining energy also from weather, from sun, from air. Maybe you are losing less energy. And of course you are hydrating again and again. You have water bottle with you. This means your energy that is lost also replenished by water, so that you do not feel heat, but you are also gaining energy because of your mind indirectly in action, indirectly in vibration in the whole body. You are concentrating, you concentrate on feet only, but your mind is not concentrating, it's also concentrating with you. You may not feel that. Mind does not stop. Whatever information goes to this from every part of body or from whatever part of body, it starts working in, and it starts gaining energy automatically. That's what is phenomenon of this body. So why we say always active, be active. Be active. If you are not active, you are passive. That is true. You are passive or you are active, it depends upon you. Mind is only part of body which is very active, very active. And as much as it becomes active, that much that you become sharp mind. And as much as you reduce its action, your body shall be same. It is kind of experience you should experience. Remember, when we are small, when we are too small, young baby, we like to walk here and there. We don't know why to walk. As child walks. Child walks, and when this child grows about 18, then this though its age is 18 but mind is same, it remains active, and sometimes it goes to superactive state, and when it demands some information, it demands some further input, and that you provide in form of education. That is input. And whatever input you have, either through education or through some experience or through some training or through some whatever training you have, or shop training or workshop training, field training, or whatever training you have, that adds to your energy of mind. Mind is limited in physical volume, but it is not limited in the spiritual volume. It's beauty of mind that your computer software, your computer hardware are not stronger than your mind, but because there is no sentimentality in those, they work full. Our work stops when we become sentimental. We start losing tears. That time we are not practical people. I am not wasting your time, I am sure. Yes, I am talking about engineering management, and I do not consider civil engineering only when I talk. I consider human engineering, because first is human engineering and then any other engineering. If you do not understand human engineering, or human engineering means soul engineering and body engineering and treatment engineering, how to treat others. Treatment is very important, because I'm not saying respect others. Respect is one part, but treatment is very different part in life. Those people who are orthodox, I'm not talking about them, they are orthodox. They cannot learn because they are orthodox. Though word itself may be wrong, I can't say. Everybody is human being. Everybody is part and parcel of nature, part and parcel of God. But our mindset is different. Our mindset is defective. So we say we divide people into different sections, which is wrong. This is fake classification. If means work can classify yourself. If you work as engineer, you are engineer. If you work as doctor, you are doctor. That classification is based on not your birth, but on your work, on your achievement. That classification is real. That classification is for accountability. That classification is for obligation. I understand that. And that's right way. If you do other kind of classification which you don't know anything about, that's always fake classification, useless and nonsense classification. These points we must understand clearly. Those people who do not want to understand these points, they keep themselves in dark. One thing remember, everybody is having same design, everybody is having the same number of parts in body, and everybody is God's member. Everybody is God's member. In whatever form you have come to this earth, in that form you are uniformly sound. Yes, if you are in different soil, of horse or donkey or some other animal, you are designing of that class. But here class is human being. What performance, what education I can get, what capabilities I have, or I can expand my capabilities, I can expand my wisdom, I can expand my power to understand, and I can work on that. That is called my class. My class is not based on my religion or my faith or my section in society. If I consider that my class, then I'm not educated person. I'm orthodox. See, you may be orthodox and you may be educated also, but you cannot consider both together. If you are educated, you have to analyze every aspect of life. If you say, why analyze, as everything is already done, what is already done, that is assumed only, not who did that, why did that. Science says question is very important. You must understand why question comes in, what question asks, and you must have an answer to that. And not only answer, you must have explanation, complete speech on that, why I am answering as such. That is activism, that is intellectualism. What is this? Why it is? How is this? For what it is? And many more questions can be raised if we are able to answer all those questions. It's fine, it's right. But if I ask same question, why you are following this religion, why you are claiming that you are from this section of society, there is no answer for that. There can be no logical answer for that. All will be speculative answers and meaningless answers. So I don't accept those answers. That is difference between education and non-education. Those who do not educate themselves. And I have seen even 80% educated people or 90% educated people too do not change their mindset despite having so many degrees with them. That mindset which is given to them without any explanation, that mindset does not go away. This means if there is something which is not analytical, just in you accept that, that's all. Only order is accept it. That is what I consider as religion. Accept it. Don't raise question. I don't accept that. Because my mind raises question which either I don't raise to you because I am fearful of you, or I don't want to involve in that kind of debate. You see, both ways you want to run away. You want to avoid. God never says don't think. God himself thinks. God self thinks, plans and does. If you see track of our history and world history, you will find that God or that power or representative who came was always linked to reasoning, logic. We might have understood them incorrectly, but logics always appeared there. No logic means no mind. I am just giving reference that is not related to engineering, but it is more than engineering. We all believe in Ramayana. We all believe in Mahabharata. We all believe in Satyavadi Harishchandra time. We believe in everything he is saying. People believe in Jesus, people believe in Islam, people believe in Buddhism, all believe in something. Did you ever get any logic till now? I am asking 8 billion people. 8 billion people. Did you get any logic till now about these religions? These are facts. These are factual. This happened. No one has that. No one has that. Even this calendar we are using, Gregorian calendar, Vikram calendars, Saka calendar, Hijra calendar, whatever we are using, all relative. No one is perfect, no one is original. This means there is no originality in our considerations. I am not denying fact that there are religions you don't accept. You are free to accept. But my question is basis of that. What is basis of that? I asked many big scholars of religion many times. Whenever I had an opportunity, explain to me this. Nobody can explain anything. My sister worships a lot. My relative worships a lot. When you ask a question, they won't answer because they consider I'm cracked. Yes, I am cracked because I am raising a question. And you are not cracked because you have no answer. If there is no answer to a question, this means that happening is fake. This happening is only for your satisfaction, not for nature, not for God. God can never say no to some question. God means if that power is God, must answer that question. Because parent never refuses their kids if they know some answer. They will tell you, my dear children, this is answer to this and this is justification of that. It doesn't happen in our religion. Unfortunately, you talk of any religion, I talk whatever, I'm not saying this or that. You will find, arbitrary answers, arbitration there. Oh, this is what is written, you have to accept, and that's all. Don't talk more than this. Fortunately, there is one dharma which gives this freedom, but this freedom people do not avail. People do not avail, people do not raise questions, that's why nobody is there to answer also. So dharma is also gone to same category. If your question is not answered, this means there is no science, there is no philosophy, there is no logic. Everything is absent. So why should I accept such imaginary world? I know there is sun, there is a sky, there are planetary system, there everything. This means that is explained demonstratively. We have seen that, we see every day. We are living in system of solar mechanism. We are living in that. Yet we believe in something which is beyond our access. Example, we believe in astrology. That has no basis. It may have basis. I am not challenging its mathematics. But do we believe that much than what we believe in ourselves? We spend more than half of our life into these acts which are not real. You give me explanation, I will be more than happy. I asked same question about my relatives, even my sisters who are so proclaimed worshippers. Which worship meaning they don't know, unfortunately. They don't know, but they worship. Because they have a degree of fear in themselves. If we do not do this, something unauspicious will happen. That's where we say is orthodoxism. My example to you is, when a person dies, you do so many cremational acts, rituals, and all religions something is done. In dharmic religion, in so-called dharma religion, they take funeral and go to cremation ground and do so many rituals. And they say, oh, that person will get moksha because of this. That person can get moksha because of that, you think? Never ever. Because you don't understand moksha. You don't understand how to integrate with God. You cannot integrate with God by fakeism. You cannot integrate with God by illusion, by delusion. God is the most powerful. God is analytical. God is scientist, doctor, engineer, professor, and all. You want to integrate with God? That scientific power, that knowledge domain, you want to enter without having knowledge, without having scientific explanation. How can you be a member of that God? No, you can never be. Reality is that, yes, there is deception in every religion. You do this, you will get this, you do this, you will get this, everything is fake. Imagination. I openly say, some people say, oh, they say Ram was imaginative. They are right. Krishna was, yes, they are right. Did you see? Do you have any evidence? I am asking by engineering. My engineering says you should prove it first. Okay, this is engineering science. You have to prove every derivation, even if it's empirical formula. You have basis, you have parameters, you have database, even for empirical. Though these may not be scientifically calculated, but empirically observed database. That also requires some basis. So where is that base? See, faith is, I say faith. Faith has no existence, to be very frank. Speaking engineering wise, speaking science wise, faith is faith. Belief is belief. No existence, no foundation. This is a fact. This is not dictionary meaning, this is real meaning. Keep faith. Who stops you? And if you are happy in that, be happy in that. Because you don't want to accept reality of life. You want to keep yourself off from life. Because you are coward. A person who is unable to accept facts of life, that person I consider a coward. Because you don't want to face reality. Reality may be black, it may be white, it may be dirty, it may be fire, it may be whatever. But reality is reality. If you want to run away from reality, you want to run away from nature. You want to run away from system. Why do you run away? What's wrong if you want to accept reality? Means if somebody asks a question, why do you not answer? And why don't you say, no, it's like this. I hate those sadhus, I hate those gurus who stupidify public. Because they themselves could not do anything in life, they became sadhus, they became, gurus, they became pandits who know nothing about God, who know nothing about anything. For them, this is God, Lakshmi Narayanan. They want to grab this from you without any hard work. And you people give them. Because you consider them representative of God. Representative of God. See, representative of engineering is very difficult, very qualified person. Representative of employer, representative of contractor, they are highly qualified people. But representative of God is any layman you make. Representative of God, what a beautiful formula you have. Oh, he is representative. I touch feet of this. You touch feet of Pandit, you touch feet of Guru, you touch, because you are, what I should say, what I used in beginning, FOOL. That's it. You cannot hear loud. All I am saying about all. If either answer me my question, I accept this. I accept this. But you don't answer. I want explanation. You don't answer. Yes, we accept Ram was there, Krishna was there, everything is there, Trinity is there, Shiva there, Brahma there, everything there. Proof. No proof. No proof. Why? How they are there? Sun is there, there is a proof. Where is Shiva? Give me. Where is Allah? Give me. Where is Brahma? Give me. Where is Christ? Give me. No proof. But we believe. Okay, believe. Thank you very much. No problem. Don't claim on this. Don't claim on this. You are exploiting my sentiment, I mean to public sentiment, for your gain. You are not using your energy for better work. You are not helping this earth, which that power made you believe in. That power is scientist based, scientific, engineering, every power is there, every education base is there. If you believe in that, you also believe in 64 arts. Do you believe in that? You go. I have gone through all these studies. Don't ask, don't think I'm not gone. Goloka is there. You know Goloka is there. All sadhus of Goloka is there, and nobody will explain to you anything about that. I can explain to you this. What's the problem in that? What is go and what is low? Do you know that? You don't. For you, guy, cow is gone. No, it is not that cow. Forget it. Yes, it's an animal. Fine. It gives a milk. Fine. For that respect, it's okay. But is that go? No, it's not that go. This means secrecy is there. Knowledge is there. Hidden knowledge is there. Hidden knowledge is called secrecy. Hidden act is called secret act, which is kept off from you, kept off from you. That is called secrecy. And secrecy cannot be owned by everyone. If you want to keep some secret, you need that kind of solid mind and solid heart. Is your heart solid? Your heart is not solid. Your sentiments are not solid. These are liquid, semi-state, semi-solid. These are not very strong. That's why you believe everything. Secrecy of knowledge. Because everybody got no right for every knowledge. If you want to share knowledge, you have to devote yourself to that kind of environment. You have to build in yourself that kind of state, that kind of mechanism which can relate, which can retain that knowledge. Knowledge cannot be kept by everybody. Everybody is not that smart and powerful who can digest knowledge. You can digest money, you can digest wealth, you can digest everything. It's not easy to digest knowledge. Because knowledge means you have to concentrate. Everybody cannot concentrate. Knowledge means you have to lose sleep. Everybody is not fit to lose sleep. And knowledge means ignorance of all useless issues. It's not easy. You are a social person. You have to attend funeral. You have to go to birthday party. You have to go to matrimonials. You have to do everything in life. So you waste 60% of your time in these activities and remaining time in rest. So where is time to keep knowledge with you? Knowledge is not that easy to keep with you. A student who learns, it's also difficult for the student to keep knowledge permanently. Only till examination that student remembers, and then once comes out of the examination paper, forgets it. Because you need energy and patience to learn, to understand, to keep in. Yes, once you are used to that this is energetic world, this real world you live in, you are a part of God because you have started moving on track of God. Though it is a small track, yet you have started moving, so you are a part of God in that sense. Because God is knowledge. Knowledge is God, God is knowledge. God tells you this is that, learn it. Learning is very difficult, and then doing positive work is difficult. Construction is very difficult, and explosion is very easy. You can demolish a building, you can break something very easily. You do it and construct it. Atomic bomb construction is very easy. But atomic reactor for electrical work is very difficult. Remember, who believe in construction, those who believe in engineering, that's why I'm talking this. They have to do a lot of work. A lot of work. It's unimaginable. But breaking is very easy. Break it, go and break it. We use materials. It is not easy to get material. Okay, you don't have any material, go and construct your building. Can you? You cannot. You cannot. That's what I say. Engineering world is actually God's world. Medical world is God's world. Honesty is God's world. Because God never likes dishonesty. Never. Some person, if is honest, and there are persons who are dishonest all. If those dishonest are surviving, they survive because of honest person, not because of their dishonesty. I am all telling you this. Why? I just want to make you think that don't be illogical. I am not going to talk against any religion. I am not interested in that. But what I am interested is in human values. Human has to realize facts that all are same. They are no different. If you think you are a Brahmin and someone is, you can say, a sweeper or same type of person on other activity, you are higher and that person is lower, then you are a devil. I can clearly say this means you have no right to hate someone else based on caste. You are devil if you think this person is a sweeper, I should keep off this man. Sweeping is that person's job. And what is your job? Deceiving public in name of dharma, in name of religion. Which job is more important? Your job or that person's job? That person's job cleans, it sweeps, it keeps you hygienic. And your job keeps a person in delusion. In delusion. Oh, I broke a coconut in temple and I will get this. I put 1 kilogram rice in temple, I get this. Is it so? You just kept 1 kilogram rice in temple and your problems are solved. This delusion you are giving everybody. This delusion. That's why God has already answered to us. Do not believe this, these fake understanding statements. Do not believe this misinformation. Because you read first what's written there and then talk. These people never analyze, then just become pandit and all this and try to teach you what you should do and what you should not do. And because they are pandits, you consider yourself, oh, they are pandits, I have to touch their feet. That kind of delusion, that kind of illusion they have inculcated into their minds because of their own survival, own existence. They become representative of God while they are not even suitable for feet of God. They are not even dust of God's feet. They are your representative and you accept them as well. This is where my thinking applies. Yes, you are a Brahmin if you are educated, qualified. If you know everything, if you can answer my questions, but you do not answer my questions, you unnecessarily narrate some irrelevant, illogical story of some king or someone. There was a king, this happened and that. No, I am not interested in that. I am not interested in that. Why has God given that? Yada yada hi dharma. Sir, this is only reason that even Pandits do sin, Brahmins do sin, others do sin, I will not leave anybody. We should understand from these stories. I am saying stories because till now these are stories until these are proved. How can I say this existed? This may be imaginative character, who knows now? Means because you say I accept this. Why? Because you are claiming that I should accept. Why should I accept? You give me reason for that. If you think you have more knowledge, explain to me, don't argue with me. And if you think you are just speaking for sake of speaking, fine, I don't mind that. But don't force me to accept what you are saying. I will not accept like this. Because my mind is stronger than your mind, that's why I am speaking. I am claiming, explain to me, I will accept this. But you have not that powerful mind because you are false. You are a liar. You have fabricated some story, you have plotted some story, and you are narrating to me that story. Everybody can plot something, I can also plot. I can say there was this God and that God, shall you accept? You will not accept. This is your business, not my business. My business is to serve God. To serve God, I have to serve this earth. Your business is to cheat humanity to make money and for your survival. And you are doing that. Everybody knows. Who is more important? Who works for service of God? Or you who cheat public, and because through public you are cheating God as well. I am speaking completely free. Give me answer, I will accept that. Nobody answers. That's what engineering says. Because I am engineering follower, engineering says if you have answer, logical answer, there is no way you can deny that. And if there is no answer, there is no way that you can prove it. If I talk like this, people say this man is rose-colored. This man is atheist. I have become atheist then. That I don't believe in God. A person who doesn't believe in God is called atheist. I am then atheist for them. I am saying prove it. That's it. If something exists, there's no need of sun, it's proved already. We see it is part of our life. Air is part of our life, all these are there. And God, that power who produce, who manufacture all this is certainly God. Why you name it then? You name it for your convenience and that's it. Somebody named Christianity, somebody made Hinduism, somebody made Sufism, all fake. It is humanism and Godism, and that's it. What shape it is, what form it is, I don't know. Whatever is in my mind, I put in, I see in that form. Yes, it may be in human form, I can't say because my formation, your formation could be same formation. I can't answer that. That's what I say. Engineering is logic, is full of logic. You have to accept that. Soil is my subject. Engineering is my subject, and soil is a part of engineering, and engineering is a part of soil. Both are interlinked. Without soil there can be no engineering, and without engineering there will be no soil. Without understanding of engineering, you cannot understand soil. This is what I mean. If there is a machine, it's because of soil. If there is an aeroplane, this is because of soil. It's because everything available in this world is because of soil. Soil, I mean to say, is a representation of lithosphere. That's what I mean to say, soil. It's not soil means specific soil. We have to understand now what soil is. But soil means every material comes from soil. There is no other way that you can get soil from air or from space. You cannot get. It's already there in earth, and there is no other earth which we can use for standby. We cannot say this earth is for us and we have another earth we manufacture for standby. If so something happens to this earth, we go there. Those people who talk logic, I respect them. And those people who do not talk logic, who just say, no, it's like this, I ignore them. Because it's not their fault, they are ill-informed. And actually they are not informed, they are misinformed. Somebody misinformed and they accept that. And they can't change that. They can't change that. For this I have also devised one exponential subject, and that's called applied spiritual numbers. I have already talked of that. I will talk of that in future also. Not in this talk. This is engineering talk. I will talk that in length of explanations already given them, and then we'll see what is science and what is relative meaning and what is real meaning. My father taught me something. Though he was not very well educated, but I think he had educated soul. He taught me never be dishonest. Simple. Never go behind money. Knowledge is more important than money. He always taught me like that. I could not understand when I was young why my father taught me this. Now I am realizing what was meaning behind that. Means if one person who did not go to college, did not go to full school, if that person believes in honesty, that person believes in cleanliness in mind, what else you want? What else you want? Tell me. If I am very well educated and talk always nonsense, I say you do this and I don't understand why to do this, then there is something wrong in that person. Selfishness has grown in all, and which is root of every evil. Soil is life. More, just like water is life, same way soil is life. Air is life. Sun is life. Ether is life. Earth is life. Money is life. If these are life, why don't you learn them correctly? I was talking of soil exploration other day. Soil exploration means we have to know what type of soil we have here for purpose of projects, and how to know that, how to learn that based on our engineering education or whatever system we have. That there is a subject known as soil. It's part of foundation engineering. How to know about soil, how to investigate ground, below ground, and to some depth, so that we know what is in all this total depth. If we investigate say up to 10 meters or 20 meters, that depends upon what is our size of this proposal, and how can we get to under an understanding of soil. In engineering, soil is very important for every civil engineer, structural, or in their case, whoever who think themselves they are structural engineers, and who think that they are very small engineers, to them and to all parties, it's very important matter. Understanding soil is actually very easy, but it has been made complicated due to misunderstanding, due to lack of understanding. It's sometimes unclear what soil is. Unclear. Because there is no alternative to soil. Whatever you do, you have to do on this surface of earth. little below surface of earth, which is soil. And that soil, if not clearly understood by engineers or by owners, if owners do not listen to engineers, then owners cannot do anything. That's why I am here to suggest you people, you are coming to my house, fine. What's this to my video? Why we try to understand soil? Soil exploration, why we have to do this? We can understand. Let me go for, I think, for 1 minute to do my daily job. As you know, this feeding to birds. Because of some fear, I did not do that before. As rains or something like that. I'm just going for 1 minute. I'm coming back, please. Okay. Engineering goes with logic and experiments and theory. We deal with concrete, which is very expensive, also we deal with steel, and we deal with buildings, structures, And remember, if we don't understand materials, we cannot understand anything. Design is there, materials are there, resources are there, technology is there, everything is there. And we do, you know, job using our energies, concentrations on sites and works, and site is last action for every activity. You cannot deny this fact. Whatever designs are done that are required to be implemented, or you can say carried out. And if you don't carry out, you cannot say engineering is final. Activity of engineering starts at inception stage and it continues and goes to delivery at construction point. And if you make errors in construction, whatever sort of error, that impacts everything and it cannot be repaired, it cannot be reinstated, it's not possible. And work is called substandard or unacceptable work. My little explanation, a question to everybody is, suppose you do concrete and there's some change, some error in line work. Say your columns are not in same line, or there is some deviation or something else, plumb is not right, there's bulging, or there's some other kind of defect which might not have been noticed by supervisors or by those who carried out that work. Or I may ask a question that you are an engineer, you are a contractor, you are a responsible person, you are going to claim payment for what work you are doing. And also those who are consultants or who design that. Let us say curing is very important part of concrete. And by mistake in some part of work, curing is ignored by whatever means, by whatever mistake, and it's not done, or it's done too late. It's done too late because what happens sometimes, lot of work is done and some people are tired. There are reasons for that. My question is, suppose it happens, though it should not happen, it should never happen. Suppose it happens, you miss curing of slab or whatever element. So let's say you sleep, that's a suspended slab you put, and it happened that you did not cure that slab, or you cured very partly, and also you did not care for cures. By chance happened, overload or something, or you forgot it. Everybody forgot it. That you had to take out your script samples from your mold. You forgot that. And it was late, means let us say you forgot for 4, 5 days, 6 days. And then somebody remember, you start pouring that and put that in the water. And when you took these cubes to transported these cubes to laboratory for purpose of testing, your tests failed. All your cubes failed in compression. What do you think? What you say about this? It happens. What solution do you have? This is very important question because curing is not measurable. It cannot be avoided, yet it happens due to whatever reason. Engineer failure and other failure. What should we do? Why are you surprised? It's a question. Answer. Why don't you answer this? I can answer. I can raise any question which is logical and it must be answered. That's it. And if you can't answer, this means you are not having complete knowledge. Some people may say, "Oh, you are not raising a realistic question." May say, you are not raising a realistic question. You are raising something which is not possible. Again I say, we forgot it. What is not logical in that? What is not logical? Due to unknown reasons, we forgot it. You tell me if it happens with you, what shall be your further proceedings on that? Laboratory says your cube has failed. Your consultant or your engineer says that contract engineer says your cube has failed. And one more time you test it, they may say, or you may ask, we take a chance, okay. Second time also, laboratory says your cube has failed. Your name is there. Is there any answer with you? Can you answer this question? No, you cannot answer, I know. Because this is something unknown to you. What is answer? You shall get instruction to remove this slab. And you can remove whenever, right? 500 cubic meter of concrete or whatever quantity, how can you now handle that? Shall you find out that portion where this cube failed? Or how will you justify your action? What steps you are going to take? There is an instruction, you remove this slab. You remove this slab, and that too under these precautionary measures. There will be a long list of precautionary measures. This is an only problem in civil engineering that can't be handled. Means you have to break or dismantle that portion of slab, that part of slab, I cannot say portion, but whole slab, and do it again. Means my question was to those engineers who sometimes sleep. Sleep not physically, but who depend on others, who do not take care personally for all these important points. Cubes, slums, core tests, all that you have to be personally involved. Otherwise, you are going to harm your futures also. There is no answer to that. I am just referring to again. Therefore, there is no remedy for that. Slap failure. Tell me answer. If you can't answer, I know. Nobody can answer. No way. No way out. Even you go through all testing range, you will not get past. That is the only problem. Engineering is very difficult. Civil engineering is very difficult from that point of view. One mistake, complete wrong. One mistake, complete wrong. Remember. Therefore, mistakes in civil engineering are also very expensive. Very expensive. You have to break that slab, dismantle it, do it again, discount cost. Where do you spend cost? Wastage of time, wastage of environment, good weather, wastage of human resources, wastage of cement, wastage of all material, and wastage of job. Come on guys, you can't answer, I know. Let's move to our soil world. Concrete world is not that easy. Everybody is not competent on concrete. Concrete requires your knowledge. It requires action. It requires dynamism. If you sleep, concrete goes. If you don't sleep, concrete stays there. Soil investigation. Soil investigation. Methods of investigation. Soil, rock, earth, lithosphere, water logging, water table, permeability, porosity, compressibility, boiling soil, thermal soil, thermal forces, electrical forces. All these points are very simple and non-critical. I don't know what God thought might have he decided construction of earth. We depend on earth for everything, and if we do not use this, we can't survive. I understood very late what is this earth. I understood very late that how earth is related to each and every individual. That's also a point. It relates to us. It deals with everybody. It gives me food. It gives me water. It gives me life, and that's a work of art. But we understand this too late. We understand this only when we are in our own senses. We cannot go to understand everything through books. Your mind requires development, and once you develop your mind, you understand everything. Otherwise, even if you have knowledge, you have subject, because you understand from examination viewpoint, not from real life viewpoint. You miss that. Soil takes your bodies, your anatomy of your body, soil, rock, water in soil, air in soil, heat in soil, chemicals and minerals in soil, power of soil. How to know all that? And how much you can use that? If you know this, if you know all this, you are a good engineer. We're talking of, exploration, and we were talking of exploration. And we had, sorry gentlemen, I was yawning. This is the new design. This is statement of slopes. That's the nonsense there. I'm confused. Yeah, that's it. Yes, we were here. Well, here in recovery ratios, all right, recovery ratios. Let's see, we are somewhere here in recovery ratio. Just I am talking like a small kid. Don't worry, thinking that you do not know anything, but you know everything. I'm just talking again to you. Maybe I get knowledge from you. That's purpose here. Actually, really is too high, 90% really. Can you sit in morning like this? I'm sitting. I don't know. Recovery ratio. Now its ratio between height of sample obtained and corresponding distance of penetration of sample. Its ratio between height of sample obtained and corresponding distance of penetration of sampler. Let us assume that sampling is started when cutting edge of sampler is at elevation A. Okay, this is given here, I will show you. Sampler is forced into ground to elevation point B as shown. Recovery ratio for this portion of sample is, you can say A dash B over AB. Which is more than unity. Which is more than unity. I'll show you this sketch. Cause of this is large area ratio. Volume of soil represented by this figure is, this is ABED, A dash BED dash is soil volume ABED plus sum of soil which originally was in position occupied in figure by sampler walls. When sample is forced farther into ground, friction between sampler and sampler so we say is what it says when sample when it says plus sum of soil which originally was in position occupied in fields. When sampler is forced further into ground, friction between sample and smaller and sampler will become more. The friction between sample and sampler shall become, sampler wall become more important factor. So there's a fraction question here. When sampler is forced into ground, friction between sample and sampler wall becomes more important factor. So it says when sampler has penetrated to elevation of point C, is shown here, which is less than unity. Horsley recommends that in well machined samplers without noticeable bonding strata is in samples, The area ratio is defined as then AM minus AE, AM minus AE over AE, where AM is maximum cross-sectional area of sampler, shoe including sampler wall, and area inside, and A is area of cutting edge. So let me show you then first of all this is talking here. This is recovery, the sketch is here, that's not information. You can see this sketch, This is sampler here. Showing you right over. Oh, no, sorry, this one, no, other one, not that. See this one. Yeah, it's this one. A, and you can say the one. My God, book. You can see this. There's another one, A dash, this, and other one is this, and this is, Now we move further. I'm saying samplers thing, where it says that a Worsley recommends that in well machined samplers, recovery ratio may differ 10% either way from unity without noticeable bending strata in sample. Bending strata in sample. Area ratio is defined as AM minus AE, AM minus AE divided by AE, where AM is maximum cross-sectional area of sampler, shoe including sampler wall and area inside, and A is area of cutting edge. So AM minus AE over AE. This is law samplers. This is where AM is maximum the area of sampler shoe including sampler wall and area inside, and A is area at cutting edge. Samplers. Samplers are used to obtain samples. Samplers are used to obtain samples. Samplers are used to obtain samples from boreholes. Samplers are classified as thick wall or thin wall samplers, depending on area ratio. Now, samples are used to obtain samples from boreholes. Samples are classified as thick wall and thin wall samples depending upon area ratio. Thick wall samples are those having area ratio greater than 10 to 25%. While various types of samples are available, some of the important samples are described below. Double tube core boring sampler, double tube core boring samplers, and then there is thin wall open drive samples, and then there is piston samplers, then core sampler. These are four. Let's go one by one. This is double tube core boring samplers. Yes, it was in our syllabus, but that time we were having small mind, so maybe you cannot understand that. No problem. Life never ends. You can understand anytime. Little lazy, I know. See what happens. Sorry. I'm sorry. Again sorry. What to do? This is the problem here. You see, when I guess gastric air, carbon dioxide in my body. Lack of walking, these days. It's difficult to walk also. I fear walking. I am a very good walker. I can walk up to 6 kilometers, but these days I put in my mask and handkerchief mask and fear even then, because I can't trust people sitting on road without mask, talking to each other. So who knows what happens with time. These people cannot understand, but I have to understand. They better avoid such people. Let me show you a sketch first of all, and then we talk of its relevance, what it consists of. And because I do not do rash, I want something to be very, very clear first. It's important. Is there one sketch here? "17 notations." Sorry, gentlemen. Double tube core boring sample. Double tube core boring samples. Before going to speak, let me see parts of this. This is having, it's 17 parts in this. It is called Denizen double tube core barrel. Denizen, Denison. Denizen double tube core barrel. Part is one, outer barrel head. On top is outer barrel head. This is double tube core barrel named by Denison. So outer barrel head, number one. Number two is threads for standard and type. Threads for standard and types, drill rods. Then three is vent. This is coming from the top. Three is vent. Four is water presses. Four is water presses, and five is upper bearing. Okay. Then six is lower bearing. Seven is hollow. Then you can say number four is water presses. Number five is upper bearing. And number six is lower bearing. And number seven is hollow spindle. Then number seven is hollow spindle. And number eight is inner barrel head. Number 8 is inner barrel head. Number 9 is cage, and number 10 is steel. Number 10 is steel. 11 is liner head. Twelve is outer barrel. And 13 is inner barrel. Alright, and numbers 14 is liner, 14 is liner, and number 15 is spring core texture. Then 16 is 15 is spring core texture. Then this inner barrel shoe. 16 is cutting teeth and inner barrel shoe 17. So let me repeat these numbers. There are 17 parts shown in this sketch. Number 1 is outer barrel head. Number 2 is threads for standard and type drill rod. Number 3 is guns. We show you this again so that you can see numbers at least again. It's easy for you. I'm going very slow in this because it's equipment. It's you see read numbers and you can see yourself what I'm talking of. Because I don't look fast here. You can see numbers are given here. You cannot see this writings here. Now let's read this little there are two types of double tube samplers. One is Danition sampler. This is this figure, and other one is Danvers sampler. Both are of similar design and have disposable liners for handling and transporting soil cores. This Danition sampler is shown here, and Danvers sampler both are similar designs and have disposable liners for handling and transporting soil. Both samplers, these are disposable liners for handling and transporting soil cores. Then is the sampler has a liner which is 149 mm diameter. Now we go further to talk of this. Tension sampler has a liner which is 149 mm in diameter and 610 mm long. So diameter is 149 mm and length is 610 mm. 600 means about 2 feet. And 149 mm is 5, so 6 inches approximately. Recommended sample length is 508 mm. Denver sampler with overall dimensions of 168 sample length is 508 mm. Then the sampler with overall embedded sample. Overall mended sample length is 508 mm. Then the sampler with overall dimensions of 168 mm, outside diameter of 975 mm, has a liner 143 mm. in diameter and 71 mm long. Recommended sample length is 610 mm long. Double tube sampler is well suited for sampling fine grained unsymmetric soils. This is double tube sampler is well suited for sampling of fine grained uncemented soils and may recover reasonably undisturbed. May recover reasonably undisturbed. Undisturbed samples. If soil is slightly cohesive and boring is done carefully, it may also be used in a fairly firm to can say hard and brittle soil. Fairly firm to hard and brittle soil, and partially cemented soils which need a cutting action rather than a simple dry penetration. However, it's not suitable for gravelly soil, low density, cohesionless. know what I say? It's not suitable for gravel soil, low density cohesionless sands and silts below groundwater table. Very soft and plastic cohesive soils, severely fissured or fractured materials. Sampler consists of a rotating outer barrel with cutting teeth at bottom, a non-rotating inner barrel with a smooth cutting shoe, a spring core catcher which is used only in special cases, and a liner to receive sample and facilitate handling. Basic principle of operation is for inner barrel to remain stationary and slide over sample which is cut by rotating outer barrel. For best results, sample should enter inner barrel so that it fits barrel fully, and outer barrel should sufficiently cut sample core so that a minimum downward pressure is required. Basic rules of operations are as follows. One, rate of penetration should not be greater than speed at which outer barrel is able to cut. That is, downward force should be minimum. 2, speed of rotation should be restricted. So that which will not tear or break soil sample. Generally, this varies from 40 to 125 revolution per minute. Extension of inner barrel shoe beyond outer barrel cutting teeth depends on soil and should be minimum, which should result in a fairly filled inner barrel and which will not cause undercutting or contamination of sample by drilling mud. Core catcher should not be used unless absolutely necessary to retain soil. Procedure is employed to recover sample without using core catcher. Using standard procedure, sample is cored to about 38 to 50.8 mm of final desired depth. Then drilling fluid is shut off and coring operation is completed. This shell wedge cuttings between inner barrel shoe and outer barrel shoe, which cause internal barrel to rotate with outer barrel, thus sharing sample from parent material. In this procedure, some compaction of soil is in inner barrel shoe is done, which forms a plug and helps in sample nursery. 5. Consistency of drilling mud is governed by purpose for which it is used. Consistency of drilling mud is governed by purpose for which it is used. Common practice is to use thinnest mud that will produce satisfactory results. 6. Minimum pump pressure should be used to circulate mud freely and carry cuttings from home. Total drive length should always be less by few inches than length available in sampler. This is procedure. I repeat this procedure fast now so that you can clearly understand. Till now I was repeating in very slow manner. Let's repeat it. I will first go through whole page so that you understand its construction as well as this whole. Let me go first fast to speak about this core barrel sampler, double tube core barrel samplers. First, samplers. Samplers are used to obtain samples from boreholes. Samplers are classified as thick walled or thin walled samplers, depending upon area ratio. Thick wall samplers are those having area ratio greater than 10 to 25%. Various types of samplers are available. Some of the important samples are described below. Double tube core barrel boring samplers. There are two types of double tube samplers, that is Danielson sampler and average Danver sampler. Both are of similar design and have disposable liners for handling and transporting soil cores. The emission type has a liner which is 149 mm in dia and 600 mm long. The recommended sample length is 508 mm. Danver sampler with overall dimension of 168 mm, also diameter by 975 mm, has a liner of 143 mm in diameter and 711 mm long. Recommended sample length is 610 mm. Now let me give you some names of the sample parts, or you can say the names of various locations in this. Number 1 is outer barrel head. 2 is threads for standard and type, drill rod, and 3 is lines, 4 is water passages, and 5th is upper bearings, 6 is lower bearings, Okay, then we say number one is outer barrel head, number two is threads and standard and tight twin doors, number three is valves, number four is water passages, number five is upper bearing, number six is lower bearing, number seven hollow spindle, number eight is inner barrel head, and number nine is cage, and number 10 is steel, number 11 is liner head, number 12 is outer barrel, number 13 is inner barrel, number 14 is liner, number 15 is spring core catcher, number 16 is cutting teeth, and number 17 inner barrel shore. Double tube sampler is well suited for sampling fine grained uncemented soils and may recover reasonably undisturbed samples. If soil is lightly cohesive and boring is done carefully, it may also be used in fairly firm to hard sand beds. So, double tube sampler is well suited for sampling fine grained uncemented soils and may recover reasonably undisturbed samples if soil is slightly cohesive and boring is done carefully. It may also be used in fairly firm to hard and brittle soils and partially cemented soils which need a cutting edge Okay, then we can say it may also be used in fairly firm to hard and brittle soils and partially cemented soils which need a cutting action rather than a simple dry penetration. However, it is not suitable for gravel soils, low density cohesionless soils and sands and silts below groundwater table. Very soft and plastic cohesive soils severely fissured or fractured, so it's not suitable. Sampler consists of a rotating outer barrel and cutting teeth at bottom of a non-rotating inner barrel with a smooth cutting shoe. A spring cone catcher which is used only in special cases, and a liner to receive sample and fertilizers. Sampler consists of a rotating outer barrel with cutting teeth at bottom, a non-rotating inner barrel with a smooth cutting shoe, a spring cone catcher which is used only in special cases, and a liner to receive sample and facilitate. Facilitate handling. Basic principle of operations is for inner barrel to remain stationary and slide out. say for best results, the basic principle of operation is for inner barrel to remain stationary and slide over sample which is cut by rotating outer barrel. For best results, sample should enter inner barrel so that it fits barrel fully, and outer barrel should sufficiently cut sample cone so that a minimum downward pressure is required. Basic rules of operations are as follows. A. One, I say our rules of operation, how to operate this sampler. Rate of penetration should not be greater than speed at which outer barrel is able to cut. So penetration rate should not be more than that. That's downward force should be minimum. Downward force should be minimum. Speed of rotation should be restricted so that which will not break off soil sample. Generally, this varies from 40 to 125 revolutions per minute. 40 to 125 revolutions per minute. Extension of inner barrel shoe beyond outer barrel cutting heat depends on soil and should be minimum, which should result in a fully filled inner barrel and which will not cause undercutting or contamination of sample by drilling mud. Next is for cutting core catchers. Core catcher should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Sweating too much, I say core catcher should not be used. Core catcher should not be used unless absolutely necessary to retain soil. Now, following procedure is employed to recover sample without using core catcher. Using standard procedure, sample is scored to about 38 to 50.8 mm of final desired depth. Then drilling fluid is shut off and coring operation is completed. This will wedge cuttings between. This will wedge cuttings between inner barrel. This will wedge cuttings between inner barrel to rotate with outer barrel, thus shearing sample from parent material. In this procedure, some compaction of soil in inner barrel shoe is done, which forms a plug and helps in sample recovery. Fifth, consistency of drilling mud. Consistency of drilling mud is governed by purpose for which it is used. Common practice is to use thinnest mud that will produce satisfactory results. Then sixth is minimum pump pressure should be used to circulate mud freely and carry cutting from hole. Total drive length is 7 this total drive length should be less by few inches than length available in sampler. This was one. Now second is thin wall open drive samplers. Thin wall open drive samplers. Previous was double tube core boring samplers, and this is thin wall open drive samples. There are 8 parts in this, and one part is drill rod. Part 1 is drill rod, 2 is adapter top, 3 is stop pin 1/4 dia, 1/4 inches dia, 4th is rubber covered steel or lead ball open position. 5th is ball in closed position. And 5 is ball in closed position, and 6 is adapter. Seventh is hard drawn seamless steel tube. 2 inches hard drawn seamless steel tube, and 8 is drawn in cutting edge 2-inch thin wall sampler with ball check valves. I do a sketch now. Let's say sketch here. So 1, 2, 3 or 6 are written here. And you can see these notations here. Now let's move further. Just talking not necessary. In this, what we say, thin wall open drive sampler. I already read, again I read. Thin wall open drive sampler is available in 2 sizes, 76 mm and 127 mm. Outside diameter and suitable for sampling all soils having some cohesion, unless they are too hard, cemented or too gravelly for sampler penetration. This type of sampler is this type of sampler is not successful in soils which are so soft and wet that sampling tube cannot hold them. operations is to force a thin wall cylinder tube into undisturbed soil in one continuous stroke without rotation. Basic principles of operation is to form a thin wall cylindrical tube into force a thin wall cylindrical tubes into undisturbed soil in one continuous stroke without rotation. Sampling tube is cold drawn steel. Sampling tube is cold drawn steel tubing and may be variable, may be of variable length, but is commonly available in 914 mm length. Sampling tube is cold drawn steel tubing may be of variable length but commonly available in 914 mm length. Head fits 76 mm outside diameter sampling tube and by use of adapter ring is also made to fix 127 tube. Quality of sample. Head fits a 76 mm outside diameter sampling tube and by use of an adapter ring is made to fit 127 mm tube. Quality of sample depends on sample primarily on having as thin a tube as possible. Sampler head has vents for escape of drilling mud and is equipped with a ball check valve to prevent entrance of drilling mud during withdrawal and to assist in preventing partial wetting above soil, which aids in retaining soil core. Says that sample head has vents for escape of drilling mud and is equipped with a ball check valve to prevent entrance of drilling mud. Let me read again. This is continuous para. Sampler head has vents for escape of drilling mud and is equipped with a ball check valve to prevent entrance of drilling mud during withdrawal and to assist in creating a partial vacuum above soil, which aids in retaining soil core. After this, I'm a little lazy in this because it's very much technical. Sorry for that. Basic guidelines of operation of clean valve upon derived sample are as follows. You will now see guidelines. 1. See, there are two more methods after this: piston sampler and core sampler, and then this we'll see later on what to do. This is very important from soil point of view. Though it's very boring, but we must have some knowledge about this. And it's very boring, and reading too much is a problem for me also these days. Before it was not a problem because of my eyes strain. This happens. This book is old and it's not like computer page. It's very shining bright. It's old text, also very small font here. I find little difficulty in reading, and I think my eyes are strained immediately and closed. So don't think that it happens with me. This is, you can say, cataract operation I have done for both eyes, but still my retina is a problem. So that is a strain, and I feel drowsy sometimes, I know, but what to do? No way out. 1 is hole must be cleaned thoroughly, as loose material in bottom of hole shall be picked up by sampler. Then it is, hole must be cleaned thoroughly, as loose material in bottom of hole shall be picked up by sampler. And it says drill rig is provided with a hydraulic pressure. Drill rig is provided with a hydraulic pressure device capable of exerting a driving force of 4,000 kg. Sometimes it may be desirable to place earth cores and extra load on ring to hold it down, as drill rig also serves as a reaction for driving sampling tube. Third is sampling tube and sampler head must be smooth and thoroughly cleaned inside and outside before sampling, and must be in proper working condition. Sometimes sampling tubes are coated with liquid plastics. Then you can say sampling tube and sampler head must be smooth and thoroughly cleaned inside outside before sampling and must be in proper working condition. Sometimes sampling tubes are coated with liquid plastic. Drive is made without rotation and with a continuous stroke. No additional drive is attempted after sample stops. Length of drive is always kept a few inches short of length available for sample to ensure that sample is not compacted into tube. Sampler is rotated for break off the soil at bottom. Sampler containing sampler containing soil sample is carefully removed from hole to avoid losing sample. Soil is handled and transported in sample tip. Let me repeat this procedure. 1. Hole must be cleaned thoroughly as loose material in bottom of hole will be picked up by sampler. Drill rig is provided with a hydraulic pressure device capable of exerting a driving force 4000 kg. Sometimes it may be desirable to place earth anchors and extra load on rig to hold it down, as drill lid also serves as reaction for driving sample tube. Sampling tube and sampler head must be smooth and thoroughly cleaned inside and outside. Now, says that sampling tube and sampler head must be smooth and thoroughly cleaned inside and outside before sampling and must be in proper working condition. Sometimes sampling tubes are coated with liquid plastics. Drive is made without rotation and with a continuous stroke. No additional drive is attempted after sampler stops. Length of drive is always kept a few inches short of length available for sample to ensure that sample is not compacted into tube. Sampler is rotated for break off soil at bottom. Sampler containing soil sample is carefully removed from hole to avoid losing sample. Soil is handled and transported in sampling tube. This was this method. Then we have piston samplers. Piston samplers. Let me put off some battery for half an hour so that it doesn't get much load on this. Piston samplers, there are two types of fuel piston samplers. Fuel piston samplers, that is Worsley type samplers and Osterberg type samplers. Both samplers are available in 76 mm outside diameter and 127 mm outside diameter. Operation of stationary piston sampler is very simple in principle. We have a figure here, I'll show you. This figure illustrates diagrammatic representation of working of a piston sampler. Casing is not always used. But a short length of casing near ground surface is desirable, even though it's not driven to depth of sampling. At start of sampling operation, piston rod is then clamped to drill. At start of sampling operation, piston rod is clamped to drill rod and base of piston is at level of cutting edge of sampler. This assembly is then lowered into borehole and pushed. At start of samples operation, piston rod is clamped to drill rod and base of piston as level of cutting edge of sampler. This assembly is then lowered into borehole and pushed through disturbed and then undisturbed soils until cutting edge reaches elevation of top of desired sample. Now let's see, let's do clamp between piston rod and drill rod is removed and piston rod is clamped to casing. Let us read this again. At start of sampling operation, piston rod is sampling operation. Piston rod is clamped to drilling and base of piston is at level of cutting edge of sampler. This assembly is then lowered into borehole and pushed through disturbed and then undisturbed soil until cutting edge reaches elevation of top of desired sample. Clamp between piston and drill rod is removed and piston rod is clamped to casing. Drill rod is then forced down in distance equal to desired length of sample. Base of piston meanwhile remaining stationary in elevation, again drop off. Clamp to casing is then removed. Clamp to coating, clamp to casing is then removed and piston rod and drill rods are again clamped and sample is raised to ground surface. Advantage of piston sampling, I'll show you one. Advantage of piston sampler. It doesn't require much clearing. Entrance of excess soil is prevented. Water or air pressure above soil. Seem simple is not expert. Soil samples are transferred and water or air pressure above soil sample is not transferred to soil sample and recovery ratio to soil to fall below. Why do you send samples? When water or air pressure above soil sample is not transferred to soil sample and recovery ratio to fall below 100% is counteracted by creating fall pull-out practical where you have everything on top of sample ground. Recovery ratio can be determined accurately. It is best sample for sampling fine poisonous soil and soft to stiff poisonous soil. Disadvantage of piston sampler: it requires more operational time. Obligated construction, but not advantage, not advantage outweighs disadvantages. I will show you now this sketch. This representative sketch, an actual one, and this is that. This is that. That to show again, maybe I showed to someone else. Maybe I'm mistaken. Which one I showed? This one, I think it's this one. Alright? I think I showed the other one. So this one, right? Okay. Alright. Now we go to core sampler. This is core sampler. I think this is not. This will be the last one here in this case. Shift on to Kodak after that. It's only core sampler. This is samplers called core drills or core barrels. Core drills or core barrels, 22 mm to 54 mm diameter. There are two principal types of core barrels. So there are two principal types of core barrels. 22 octane core barrels. So there are two principal types of octane core from barrels. So that's a single tube and double tube. In this, number one is a drill rod, number two is core barrel, drill rod, core barrel. Then number 3 is core, number 4 is core lifter, and number 5 is coring bit. Let us see. I'll show you that first because this construction is not very explanatory. The sketch is more important than this, so let me show you this one. What it talks of. single tube. You can see its core. One is heel rod, two is core barrel, three is core, four is core lifter, and fifth is coring lift. We'll now talk of this a little. It's very small. It says that, and this is samplers called holders or core barrels 22 to 54 mm. There are two principal types of core barrels: core foam barrels, single tube and double tube. Single tube is simpler in design, consisting of core barrel head, core barrel and attached scoring bit, which cuts an annular groove that allows passage of drilling fluid pumped through drill rod. This type of barrel exposes core to drilling fluid over its entire length, which results in serious core erosion of unconsolidated or poorly cemented, results in serious core erosion of unconsolidated or poorly cemented materials. Hence, it's mainly used to sample hard and solid rock, which requires use of diamond drill and accessories. Double tube core barrel sampler, in addition to outer rotating barrel, provides an inner stationary barrel which protects core from drilling fluid and reduces torsional force transmitted to core. It's applied to sample of soft fractured rock and may be used to obtain cores in hard, brittle or partially cemented soils. Core samples of soil may be used for visual classifications and certain index tests. So we can say hence it's mainly used to sample hard and solid rock, which requires use of diamond drills and accessories. Double tube core barrel sampler, in addition to outer rotating barrel, provides an inner stationary barrel which protects core from drilling fluid and reduces torsional forces transmitted to core. It's employed to sample of soft or fractured rock and may be used to obtain cores in hard, brittle places and water content or other laboratory tests. So actually what we have gone through in this talk of this is soil site investigation so far, Let us have a review of this before going further. So we are referring this chapter site investigation, subsoil exploration. We have gone through manual. First of all, you have understood what engineers should know about this. Means what is soil investigation, how it is done, what is the role of engineer in this, how much engineers should know. That's all introduction we have gone through. Means it says that what are objects actually? Objects are depth, extent, nature and variation of soil. We need to know that. This first object is what depth, what extent, what nature and variations of soil strata. We have to know what are the physical properties of soil and soil. We have to know depths to understand depth of underlying rocks, bed when necessary, and we have to know approximate value of strength and compressibility of soil bed, and we have to know seasonal variations in groundwater table, and we have a selection of foundation type. So the purpose so it said that an engineer must possess a reasonably accurate information. An engineer must necessarily here. An engineer must possess a reasonably you can say. The engineer must possess a reasonably accurate information about soil conditions, arrangement and physical properties before it's a position to design foundation. Field and laboratory investigations required to get this essential information and know as soil explorations due to very complexity, nature of deposits, the complication of deposits. No one method of exploration is best suited for all conditions. Thus, objects of soil explorations are to know this is depth, what's the depth, extent, nature and variation of soil tests, the physical properties of soil encountered in depth underlying rock bed when necessary, and approximate values of strength and compressibility of soil bed, and also seasonal variations in groundwater table and selection of foundation type. Then we have to know first steps to inspect the site and study topographical features for the soil feature. Then we have got to program for subsoil investigation. In this we have to make program like this. Means how we do, what type of project it is, what's the importance of project, and what's the nature of subsoil involved, and we dam project it could be, it can be road project, could be something else depending upon that. We have to a behind scene. What we have to do is that then we have to study what type of project, what actually be done, like river channel deposits, floodplain deposits, shore deposits, glacial deposits, windless deposits formed by sedimentation, standing water and residual soil. All that important terms of service conditions can be obtained from maps. So we have to depend upon our investigation of general geological character of site to make exploratory drill holes that provide more specific information regarding general characters and thickness of angel soils. Now, in general, dam projects would usually require more thorough subsoil investigations than would a highway project, even if cost up to all. And now come to that one. In case of profile is already taken, I'll leave it now. Now then, in case of profile, as we said about this type of photographical materials, obviously I'll leave it now. Come on to now. Let's say number of pixel boring, we discuss how many pixels they have this. And majority of borings are vertical, but inclined borings are also used to take examples and the existing structure. For example, for exploring inclined strata and substrata, so organisms like census core, which is called zones in the board holes have occasionally. Then we have got number of pits, how much a depth of solution, which all that we discuss boring etc. all that, and we also discuss various methods. Then groundwater levels we discussed, what all types of borings are there, like open test base, like bearings as tube boring, auger boring, wash boring, correction boring, diamond drilling, rotary drilling, geophysical methods, subsurface method. Surface only open test is this. Then we have tube boring, this centrifuge, auger boring, this one Iran tool, this one wash boring. Then we have to go to wash pulling apparatus, and we have to see what code laws are. We saw what is, the drillings, auto drills, and diamond drill, rotary drill. Then we went to seismic and reflection, geophysics, etc. And after that we went to distance time graph, etc. in this, and electrical registry methods, subsurface soundings, and annually of poisonous soil and soil. And then we can say we have gone through all this. So means what we have studied is so far soil investigation and subsoil explorations according to minimum procedures. I'm not going to extensive one because extensive are same extension of same procedures. Only thing is that we are on site. Just learning in book is not adequate. You have to learn on site, and that's an important one. I wanted to add more. I think it will be the same. There is no major bit. But then bearing capacity and stress distributions, this will take bearing capacity and stress distribution. These are of course good one. We will take up them bearing capacity and stress distribution, and then we'll take up soil reports after that. But this will also take some time. It's not ended here. Some of them we'll discuss, some we'll leave because it's also very long, and you'll see this how to take that. Various types of foundations now how to discuss. We'll discuss of this. A little bit bearing capacity and stress distribution. Foundation was the time now 6:52. Well, I think we'll take it tomorrow. We'll take FedEx better 6:52. I'll take FedEx now. I'll close this. We discussed this one. FedEx, which is also very important one. Contracts is mere business. Now it's not simple. It's really not simple. It's very important, but without that, it is not possible. We cannot live it for granted. Means FedEx. Maybe I put my light off. Position on my battery. Let us see. Not down. It's already 1 hour 50 minutes. So after half an hour, I put it off. And let me put light off. Light's not required here. Sorry, gentlemen. I'm wasting your time. This is a very smooth chapter, and now actually my purpose is to show you files of soil report. I cannot show you blindly. That file is about 200 pages. is FIDIC is, FIDIC very well now. FIDIC and contracts. This is a standard institution just like ISO 9001 is. And it's not necessarily we are bound by that, but it's better if you do something in that, we have to follow suit, means after all they are for public. But one thing is also certain, that maybe they frame these contracts, they frame these forms, but I would like those who are experienced on contracts, if they form this, they constitute the forms, that would be much better. I'm not sure how many members in that committee who produce these documents, these standard forms of product, are really experienced on sites or experienced on contracts. I can't answer that question, but because this document is available, so we are just interpreting. I'm finding so many disparities in this document. Yet we have to understand contract, because contract, or theka in Hindi we call it, contract is not a joke, as we discussed before also. Contract is contract, and it is once done, it's a liability. There's no excuse in that. Remember, it's question of losing or gaining. It's not question of, you can say, it's a kind of mission. It's very intelligent and risky job. Risky in a sense, if you quote or if you tender incorrect price, means you don't know price. Some people, I understand, they take ratio proportion of performance bond, which is not right way. You get my point. Performance bond money is defined that this is performance bond money, whatever you can call it. Means you have they take idea from that. If this is performance bond money, what should be value of contract? That's illicit. That is nonsense. Very important item is, for whatever contract, for construction contract, or EPC contract, or for whatever contract, what I have learned from my experience is, if you apply exclusive your experience without quantification, you go to ditch yourself, you drop yourself in ditch, you push yourself into ditch from which you cannot come out, ditch full of septic water. And if you quantify each and every item, and particularly very expensive items, quantification can give you benefit that actually what scope of work is in each item. If you know that, you shall not fall into septic ditch. Of course, you have different question at that time. Am I able to face competition? Because there are so many people who just file something, any amount, whatever amount. They enjoy that time, they got it, but in fact they lose it. I have seen many cases where people just follow past prices of similar projects and do that. I have experienced this myself. I joined some company, Abu Dhabi, company run by one person who was not very well educated in any field. These people, are sometimes anxious, ambitious, without having any capacity, any capability to move to that direction. You know, there's a craze sometime, there was a craze sometime. Oh, building projects you can make money, construction projects you can make money, and that too in Gulf countries. God, their quality standards are very high, and their material standards are very high, drawing standards are very high. Okay, you have will, you have every right. You have some engineer with you, have a registration, and you can start lowest level of contracting. I was recruited for that company when it's already running, and I thought they would be professional people. It was one Sardarji, owner of company, and I joined that company with hope that it would be some professional group who would understand what should be done. But I was shocked after joining, and I could not find any level of any degree of professionalism in that company. Sardarji himself was head of company. He had no formal education, and he had no formal experience on contracts. He had no formal experience in construction as a professional or as a, but by chance, I don't know what, I didn't inquire for that, how he got these projects. Of course, he might have some engineer with him, and he had one general manager level person who was also not having any level of education in any field. It was later on known that that head of company was sometimes a crane operator. Well, I don't mind that. If a crane operator, fine. If you can do something, you can do. And other guy was foreman. I leave it late on after some time. Well, I didn't mind that also. That time they had, I think, 4 or 5 commercial buildings. They got these buildings already. I was appointed as chief engineer in that company. The projects were running. In first day when I entered, this head took me to one side and said, "There's a problem here. Just see what can you do." He didn't explain to me problem. Just we had to visit to see what we can do. There's some problem here. Problem was that one wall was bulging out. They did not do proper concrete. Means there was an engineer there, of course. There was some engineer who supervised that site. Means that person did not care for proper formwork and concreting. So they were bulging as well as there were some other problems in honeycomb. Many problems were there. I explained to head of this company, but he could not understand because there's volume increase. There's volume increase because of bulging, and there's some problem in technical way. Of course, consultant would not agree with that. I won't name consultant because very strong, Arabic guys. Of course, they have a right to object and they will like solutions. I told them, yes, this work is not right. I used to go to all sites in those times. I used to know myself in bidding also. I noticed that they were short of about 20% low rates in all those buildings. I think there were 5 contracts. All contracts amounted to about more than 30 million grams. That time was very big amount. In 1996, I think 95, whatever, 96, 95. Well, I didn't mind. I continued there, moving from one side to other side, this and that, and also I was not having knowledge of computers those days. But I was in contact. We used to communicate to each other, this general manager and myself. I didn't communicate much with that head because he could not understand. We both used to take care of the rice and boarding. But this head used to have some different way, not to provide any support to me. Means you do yourself and you right talk of quantity, you do yourself. I think you are going to tender, we have to procure these items. I want to, you know, I want to find quantities of each and every item. Want to know what actually quantity we are going to spend, whatever work is to go, balance works. So you do yourself, you find yourself. Yes, if I work on quantities, I whole time work on quantities. What time is left? I have to. We have many responsibilities there. For every project, you are supposed to submit materials for approval. It takes time, and I did very fast. I know that. And they have to make shop drawings. They have to submit that for approval. Then only after approvals of your materials and after approvals of your shop drawings, that's electrical drawings, mechanical drawings, civil drawings, and various coordination among all these drawings, you can do work. If your materials are not approved, your own civil materials, and of course electrical, mechanicals, a lift or whatever materials, sanitary, plumbing, are going to be involved, means all must be approved prior to procurement. This is general principle in all over world. Means without that you cannot do. You must get approval from authorities, means from department, from through consultant and also from owners. Until these are approved, you have confirmed approval with you, final approval with you on papers. This means you have to submit forms and the samples duly filled. You have to submit forms of samples for shop drawings, and you have to submit, and this takes time. You have to submit this according to procedures, and then you have to submit according to procedures and according to all that. And then they may write some comments. They have the rights for that, and we can't say no why you're writing this. You have to accept those comments, and with that, once you get approval, you can go for point, you can place for orders. What happens? There's a tendency just to control budget because you mispriced. You want to, the same maybe many items which you, there's a list of material, which is given by department or by that authority of honor. They give particularly three or four materials for each item, and that is part of contract, that's part of it. You have to take out materials from those only. There's no other way out. You can propose either of them. Just like, for example, they give sanitary units like typhoid or cholera, or two or three more options. Every item that requires approval, it's got a list, and if doesn't have a list, then you have to propose accordingly. So out of those, you have to propose items and get approvals. And in case there's some delivery problem, which you have to prove that there's a delivery problem from that list, then you can go for something else. It's quite a time-consuming job, though they, according to contract, say you have to submit in 14 days or 1 month. That's only in theory. Practically means you have to submit that. Approval doesn't mean anything. Approval may take time, but submit that. But you can submit only when you have ready-made quotations with you. If you don't have quotations, you are not even sure if materials are available. This way you must have pre-tenders preparation for that. Because once you are awarded this job, you don't have much time. You have to submit your schedule of time, you have to submit your materials, you have to submit your drawings, and project life is say 1 year or 1.5 years. Then 2 months at end are required for testing and commissioning and handing over, and 1 month is for mobilization. So 3 months already go away out of your control. You have only limited period in which at end you have to take all approvals, and in beginning you have to take all approvals. For example, there's fireworks and other works, civil defense works, which require approvals are required for civil defense also. Electrical department, all these approvals are required. So approvals is big job in the vast job, big job. I'm just giving information about how project moves, how contract moves, because moving of contract is also important because you are going to study conditions of contract. So how contract move, your conditions should be in line to that, Otherwise, your contract conditions got no meaning. If your project procedure is one and conditions do not fit in that, that's where a question arises, mark of interrogation arises. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So what happened actually, I was quite smart in making submissions because I had done that many times in my past projects. There's nothing new for me. Only means you have to finalize the prices before doing that, and that price is a big job. You call for quotation and see sample. If sample is fine, you think rate is fine, or you bring down rate. Other guy bring down rate. That means it takes time. Or this don't go for the way by substance. You give alternate submission, and if you go for alternate submissions, it takes more time, and you have a limited number of times because you have to. Procurement takes time. Means today you order, it may take 6 months or 7 months, or 8 months, or maybe 2 months, or it's ready-made. Depends. Nothing is guaranteed. So submission, whatever you have, you can, keeping in view factor of time. Either you have to see factor of time or you see the cost. It's your option. If you see I don't care for time, you will be trapped. And if you see I don't care for price, you will be trapped. You are going to be trapped in both cases. Because if you say no, price is most important to me, time no problem, I'll manage, you are going to be trapped. Because on this basis, you shall not get any extension of time. And if you don't get any extension of time, you shall be directly imposed on liquidated damages. That point people don't understand. These people who never understand contract, these people who only are, price oriented, they suffer because of that. And remember, delayed completion is a bad record, and imposed LD is a bad record. You can digest the price escalation, but a bad record you cannot digest. So one should be very clever. Means if you do not know quantity, don't price it. Because if that building I constructed in 10 million, this building is almost same area, or 10% variation here there, so I vary this price, or maybe there's this tile, there's that tile, this sanitary unit, or this sanitary unit, RCC element is same, and quad area is same, and this is same, lift also same numbers almost, and cradle is there, window cradle is there, washing cradle. If you compare like that, you priced and you are foolish bidder. And I was also foolish because there was no such time, okay, we have done this, we are already doing, you can take that price. What to do? You have no support. I could not, if I sit on quantities, I cannot finish that. Quantity takes time to know very well. People approximate, take steel quantity, reinforce, they approximate that. Take something per square meter, this much and this. Means they are so fast in tendering that they don't care for consequences. If you are not given, suppose a quantity, quantification takes time, you remember. It's not easy job. Easy means it's not very difficult, but it's quantity job. Its volume is much higher than something else. If you cannot find quantity, I never want to depend on bill of quantity provided by owner or by client. I don't know depend upon that because that is done for some other purpose, for their estimation or something. If you are a real contractor, you must have your bill of quantities, because that bill of, and for every item you should have bill of quantities in beginning or before tender is filed. That bill of quantities shall give you confidence that this work has this much work, the magnitude. We have to do so much concrete, we have to buy so much reinforcement, we have to buy so much this and that. And that's where your stand prices. And remember, if you make up your own bill of quantities and you bid on that behalf, and you include that bill of quantities also with bill, it sends a message to owner that this company is professional, this company is serious, that they worked on their own quantities, Though you may not use that for pricing purpose, but as a record you can say, not your bill of quantity, our bill of quantity is this. Your bill of quantity is not complete, this is bill of quantity. Well, it takes time. It takes time very much time that, but what to do, what you can do, you have to do this. Generally, it's done, it's not done in these companies where tender time is given 1 month, sometimes 21 days, or sometimes what happens, these people are not able to decide whether to go for this tender or not to go for this tender, because you have to pay money to buy tender documents, bid documents, and they wait for some time. And they when they buy, oh, this tender is next week, we have to do it. This tender is next week, I have to file this tender, submit this tender, close the bid, and we have only 7 days, in which 2 days we need for revision, 1 or 2 days we need for price incorporation from our subcontracting parties, and we have only 2 days for this or 3 days for this, and you say it's a joke, I will like this, and tender will be done. This is reality of business. They want to haphazardly go, and they haphazardly fall. See, you are not very big contractor first of all. You have no major margins. In building projects, you may not get more than 10% maximum profit. And that too, your performance security will be with them. And until and unless your maintenance period is over, you won't be given discharge certificate. And maintenance period is always 400 days to take, say, 1 year contract. 1 year contract plus 400 days is your period when you will be given final completion. Just keep that in mind. Generally, these commercial buildings up to 4 stories, 5 stories, 8 stories, they're always not more than 1 year or maximum 1.5 years, and in which you have 3 months cut off, because 1 month is mobilization period and last 2 months for complete approvals of all departments. So you have balance, 3 months out of 18 months are gone, 1/6 has gone, or 3 months out of, you can say, 12 has gone, 25% period has gone. And you are buying late tender, that's another problem. So who shall quantify that? Even if you engage some quantity guy, that person won't be able to do that fast quantity, but it's not volume of concrete, it's volume, it's quantity of steel is also required, quantity of every item is required. That is basic requirement. Somebody told me don't depend on what they say, but I had no other option, because they pushed out last engineer also. Before me there was an engineer that told me these people are like that, because he was forced to file 1.5 million less amount because of some pressure. One building which cost 8.5 billion, I think now more than 8.5 million is. Real price was, which consultant also told me, your company has offered less amount under pressure from some client who never understood what building is. They just want to some problem. So 7 million offer was there, for it should have been 8.5. Well, so it is not fault of engineer who is busy. They would put same plan on me tomorrow. It was your price. After all, it was not my price, it was not that engineer's price. That engineer told me you are forced. This is only price we can give you. You means there's such condition. Means you manage little. How can you manage? You tell me. How can you manage like that? You have to pay to what the engineer in mind. We get this job, and then we no problem. We will not pay to many parties. That's a dirty idea. That is, you see. Job is yours. You will hire subcontractors, you will hire vendors, and you keep in mind that some of them you will not pay to compensate your losses. Is it a way? That's the way they do it. That's, and particularly in UAE, this is too much. I'm not saying now, when I was there talking that time, in before 2000, this used to happen. They said it's a price, means, and there were so many disputes, and the company shut down and this. Well, I say, Well, I never worked in that kind of environment, but these people also see you are not giving profit. You is because of your it's not my projects are not these. I'm just looking after people. They want you to talk to vendors. You release their prices and that. Don't pay them to do with that. 5 projects they had. We are tendering more and more. We did same way pricing for others. They got 1 or 2 more. What's use of that? If your price is fake, if your price is underpriced, you can't do that. You are just showing to people that you are getting these projects. You do not understand this is contract. You do not understand this is your responsibility more than engineer's responsibility, more than employer's responsibility. Employers has thrown responsibility onto you, and engineers has thrown responsibility onto you, and telling there his engineer is employer higher than you, and responsibility is yours. What is it? Chemical equation? What is this chemistry? We should not forget it's contract. Again, a contract. Don't take it easy. It's very difficult game. It's underpriced. Yes, if it's genuinely priced, it's okay, fine. Even if you do not get much margin, say 1%, too much margin, or for purpose survival, say you take that. But there should be no loss. Means if you say you have to lose, then you are closing your future. And there's no management with your company. You want everything to be done by chief engineer or engineer. You do your quantity, you go to site, you check this, you negotiate, you do everything, you make submittals, you do all. All right, no support. That's what I say. There's a problem sometimes to do work with those companies who don't have capacity to afford overheads. But they don't realize this. I asked many times, get me some people, get me some good place to sit, get me something at least so that I can work comfortably. You work, come on Friday, oh no problem, I can come Friday. What happened ultimately? Nothing happened. Yes, projects are moving indeed. They got school project, I think they were doing that. And this one project, what happened in one project, very unfortunately, is one site engineer did not take care of that slab very well. Should have taken care of. Whatever reason is there, I'm not going to do that. What I'm saying is, one slab at 8th level, 8th story, and that slab failed. Failed. It failed in compression test. Cubes failed on 8th day and as well as on 28th day. 7th and 8th day tests are conducted. Unexpectedly it was. Nobody could even imagine. And even that engineer did not know how it felt. For him it was nothing, he was not serious. The report reached us. I just stopped there. What is this? This cube result is failure. Laboratory won't say anything. It's your duty to show. And what is required is that every report in original has to go to engineer and employer for information, as this is test result. You can't hold this. I told them there is a problem. There is a big problem now. They could not understand. I told them, can you hold this report? The engineer's representative was available when this cube was tested. He knows it. He signed that presence also. What to do? But that engineer also did not notice. Unfortunately, at that time, Because sometimes people sign for sake of signing. But I told general manager, look, if you forward this to engineer, it shall become a big problem. Can you do something about this? Do it now. Or else your company is going to face very enormous problem. He said, this is procedure, what can I do? He could not understand seriousness what I was talking about. Because he was not from this field, was just general manager for sake, but he could not understand what is consequence of that. He cannot stop, this man knows that man. And then that report was sent. I knew that was a problem. Nobody called us. Letter we saw. Letter from engineer. There's a queue failure. And instructions were released. What we have to do. Your cubes failed on both days, 7 days and 28 days. Therefore, dismantle this slab. You understand what I mean? They do yes. They go through one. There were so many reports. This was also one of those. I was not surprised. This person did not understand even that time. What did person say? This general manager. Okay, we start demolishing that. We start breaking that. They want to complain such game, start dismantling, provide these additional support systems and this and like this means there's no debris should fall on the road and this and that and do all one again. Okay, ji, from tomorrow you start doing this. Shut up. Nonsense. What to say? You are instructing me. Start tomorrow, are you fool? What to do then? She had no idea. It will cost time. It will cause so much problems. Is the dismantling is easy thing? And RCC? How can you dismantle? Shall you take this rock breaker on roof? How can you break that? Do you have rock breaker of that size? 8th story, 30 meters from ground, about 30 meters. There's a lift room on that. What to do then? Where to fight? What to do then? Okay, you have taken this. I asked you to do something. There were so many ways you could do it. You did not care for. And you didn't even ask your site engineer what bloody hell he has done. We know they were short as securing. We knew it very well. There's no other reason. It was RMC supply. There's no question it would fail. Cubes were not even opened in time and put in tank. Forget curing. Oh, so Thursday cost, Friday vacation, then they drink on Friday and hangover on Saturday. And forget. And there was our head, he had a habit to go to site and ask people, why you waste water like this? This our head, who had no experience in construction, and this general no experience. Here we got this complaints from guard, those people who use pipe. Our Sardaji says, why are you wasting water? I don't like wasted water. This is sin and this is that. So these people, they stop, okay sir, these are poor people. They don't understand anything. He is saying no, honor is saying no. Do it. Honor said, I'll see him. For 4, 5 days, 6 days, there was no cure. Actually, there was no cure, to be very frank. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking of very serious issue. You might not have experienced in whole career. And this happened. I told him, we are not going to break from tomorrow. Well, let us think what to do. He asked site engineer, what have you done? said, I don't know, it was Thursday night, we were busy, we poured this, and Friday all slept. There was no one on site, and they're all tired. Maybe on Saturday, Sunday they came. I don't know, there's something else also. Uh, he did not say there was no curing, he said something, I don't know. Then I talked to that engineer who was from ready-mix concrete supplier. Why this has happened? Do you think, can we handle this type of problem? Everybody explained this is nothing but shortage of curing. I discussed with many people. I know there is shortage of curing, it's just to have interaction with people. There was another engineer from Bangladesh, I talked to him, senior people. So yes, it's bloody your site engineer, it's rubbish, rascal. He did all this, he did not cure, he was hung up, he drunk and hung up. So all informations reach to one point, converge to one point, that is a shortage of curing. And you know, when there's a shortage of curing, there's no solution. But I discussed with that material engineer. In those times, we used to call them material engineers. He was a brilliant engineer. He used to contract with me, and we used to talk about work and all that. So we had personal touch with him, not official touch, personal touch. I talked to him, what's going on? He says, see, nowadays we have to use many admixtures, many chemicals. For example, we use PFA or we use microsilica to some extent. And in those days, microsilica was very common, and we use many more chemicals, plasticides like that. So let us do it now. Let us try. Secretly, you cure it for 4 or 5 days, 6 days. Flood it and see. We'll see. Test later on what happens. Don't tell anybody. Well, I was convinced with this. But what's wrong in trying? Even if consultant says something, what shall I do? Even if engineer says, why you are curing it? Okay, we are just curing it. Curing is not banned. Curing is permissible. Though I know it's not technically right, but why we are curing, that not a question. Nobody is who would bother about this. We flooded this and intensive curing we did on for many days. And then we asked them that we want a core test. We asked engineer, we want a core test because we think this laboratory that's tested tubes, the machine is not well calibrated. There's no other reason to justify, means the compression testing machine is not well calibrated. We want to have a review in some other laboratory. Okay, they said, fine, go ahead. You this point, and you test it. We tested, of course. There was improvement in that. There was some improvement, considerable improvement in that. But that person did not agree, no, it's not enough. Of course it was not to mark, but it's better than Q report. Then I said, let us try one. What is this? Is it a leukemia thing? Start demolishing this. I was not convinced. We cured further. We filled those core holes with chemicals, but intensive curing. And we tested ourselves in some other laboratory. It is a much better report. Much better report. We told him, see, we are getting more improvement in this. How could you do that? Did you take our permission, this and that? I said, no, but you can't do that without our permission. How can you do that? And he tried to apply his power onto us to scare us. I didn't worry. Okay, what do you want? We'll fill the low shrinkage compound. That's your decision, but you should have taken. Now what to do now? He didn't agree. I went to the municipality because municipality is very powerful in Abu Dhabi. That time was very powerful. Because without their approval, this was like in a department, not our municipality, that is different type. It's, you can say, a department to approve something. They had some power. went to that. Complete history was written, and that engineer said, okay, what do you want? I say, one more load test. So he wrote on that note, okay, you conduct either of do load test or core test. He approved that without even consulting that engineer. So I was impressed. That's something I got at least. Okay, we can't say we are going to. I discussed with our company that there's an option. What do you want to do? I said, I will go for load test. Why not core test? No, load is better than core. There's some reason for that. We did load test. We informed our consultant and engineer, we are conducting load test. Yes, it was conducted all over the years. Report was excellent. So now it was a barricade for engineer. Load test is successful. But he did not do it. He said, get me in black and white from municipality that they accept Islam. I am not going to be responsible for that. Well, what can I do? I went to municipality and told him this is happening. After this, what happened? There was a big meeting because RMC honor. He was an Indian guy, so that person requested that municipality engineer himself. He visited him and said, let's do something for this. Why they are getting problems? His engineering representative is not listening. The load test is okay. Why don't you? Means why are you creating problems? Means there was big meeting from municipal people, from our consultant, from ourselves, and means it was decided that you will conduct one more core test, and this engineer shall be present there. He shall tell where this take, and if this goes fail, fine, then I can't help it. And if goes fine, okay, then we will say fine, it's okay. We will give approval. So everybody, at least I was happy. It was a question of follow-up. Date was fixed, everything happened. Laboratory was also finalized by engineer itself, not by municipality. Okay, this is laboratory go there, and that I will be there. He said, okay, come on. Core was taken from site, means core where there is no steel, they use everywhere where there is no steel, there is a machine, equipment which says no steel. 6 cores were taken out from there in presence of engineer. He was available in testing also. See our luck. I would say luck, though concrete, though continuous curing was continuous, we didn't stop curing. God helped us, time helped us, I can say. All 6 cores, he checked each and everything according to BS code. This is diameter, this is length of core, this is capping compound, what is calibration of machine, what graduation of road is there, is it according to BS code or no. Everything was confirmed by that person in presence there. He witnessed all these six cores crushing, and see all tests were okay, passed within limits. Not even a single rejected. We did not have to apply even ACI clause of 85%. All resulted in equivalent cube acceptable limits. So that was, you can say, award, natural award, though it was scientific award because those admixtures worked there, those chemicals, those chemical actions, chemical powers maybe tried to help concrete to upgrade its strength. So same engineer, once this was cleared, he said, this is okay. He himself said, I thought this is not okay. See, he said, concrete texture looks fine, this looks fine, this looks fine. And then say, How the bloody laboratory is like that? He abused the laboratory. That laboratory is rubbish. I will blacklist this and that. He then himself passed an order that we accept this as slab. We revert that order, previous order. In country, your slab is approved. You fill up these holes with this. Take this as precautions. Continue future work. This took 6 months. 6 months for approval of that. And people started, oh, we got this and this. They did not understand complexities. How much I had to write to them, to everyone. How many letters I wrote to municipality. How many times I went there to talk to them. How many references from ACI and from VS we had to give. It was concentration of that. But they were not happy with me. I don't know why. Because I did not accept one point. Is you claim on this RMC that it is because of them they are losing. Because they held payment for RMC. I don't know why. They thought their concrete was bad. And they held their payment. I disputed with that. That's not right. Their concrete is not bad. Our work was bad. Our people did not cure it. And this is my dispute point with them. Which they didn't like that we should pass. Why don't you pass blame to them? You fight with them. But there should be some reason to fight with them. Why should I fight with them? It's not their fault. It's our people's fault. If we don't work, means others are responsible for that. Well, I was very actually angry with this point. Okay, you got time loss, you got this, that's different material, but why you pass blame to someone else? Because chemical analysis is also done. I missed to tell you. We had conducted chemical analysis also. And we got it right. Contents of cement were fine. What for you can say that party did not do it? You cannot blame someone without any logic. I was enemy of them. You are talking your way. You have to think our way. Okay, you think your way. Same person who did not care for concrete, he was brought into office. Okay, you sit here. We are sending this person on leave. I was sent on leave. Okay, no problem. Send me on leave. If you people don't have any professional guts, if you don't have any mind to think, what can I do? Better let him take it. This person did not work properly. This person did not take care, site engineer, and you are rewarding him because I didn't accept your statement. Why should I fight him? There should be reason to fight. What is your management? Of course, I thought these people can't understand. They are not engineers. Anyway, whatever it is, I told you my experience. After that, actually, I resigned that company. Very frank. How can you move with those people who don't want to support you by resources or by moral support? They just say this, their management is you loot others. This is their management. Okay, we missed our price. We did not. We have no capacity to complete this project. You don't pay others. And this was not one case. There are many other cases also. They harassed people. There was one electromechanical subcontractor who wanted to get projects from them. Maybe I don't know when he met him and when he got into agreement with them. He said, I signed some agreement with this company, but they did not give me advance payment. But they say, we'll give you another job. So you sign this, we'll get another job. You will sign this contract at this price and levy of this in compensation, I will give some of the project. But they never gave that project. So, of course, he signed some agreement that will do this job for you, and then he didn't do the job for you. So he put them in jail. Well, what's this? You are making relations with people, or you are putting people in jail whose person's fault was that he just signed some contract, subcontract with you. He did not demand any money from you. He did not take any money from you, and you are forcing him to work for you. This is not justified. Okay, you pay him. He said, you did not give me that job, you gave to someone else. I had compensated my payment in that job. Keeping in view that I'll get benefit from that job, so I reduce price in this job. This usually happens. If you have a trust in market, okay, I promise you will get this job, so I can give say 15% discount or 10% discount from this job. Now I discount it because of that, and you are forcing me, you give that job to someone else, and you are forcing me to this losing job. You think I can't calculate? If these types of managers you have in your company, you think they have long run? No, they cannot run long. Never. You enjoy your business, you do your business professionally, you make reputation in market, and do something to some extent. You get engineers from somewhere and you don't respect that engineer. How can you do that? That means what I am explaining to you. Don't take contract very easily. It may be FIDUC or something. Conditions don't make anything. Conditions don't help you until you help yourself. Conditions are always binding upon everybody. Conditions are binding on everybody. These bind honor, these bind contractors, these bind government, these bind public, and these bind yourself. Though there are only two parties, the contract, employer and contractor, owner of contractor. These are directly legally bound. These are legally bound. But there are other people who are in the same boat. They are not legally bound, but they are bound by work. And those are engineers from representation, from owners, resident engineers, contractors staff, vendors, external people, government people. Many are indirectly bound because of responsibility, accountability, safety, reliability, designs, and so many other activities involved. So contract is contract until you understand that. Conditions of FIDUC can be understood, but these should be successfully applied also. You have to do this, okay, right, fine, we know that. But can you move on that track? You sign hundreds of conditions. And if you cannot move on that, then these conditions will help you, forget it. These will pull you from that and drop you. That point is very important to understand. Life sometimes looks very easy, but it is not easy. We think it's very easy, but it's not easy. That is my purpose of stating that contract cannot be taken for granted. Designs can change, remember. Consideration to change design is possible because of so many reasons. But contract cannot be changed every time. No, once done is done. Except for some purpose there you have to innovate something. That is different. Innovate, I mean to say, there is some long lead item which owner itself did it for procurement, agreed with that manufacturer for delivery of this before contract was done with you, because that long lead item had to take extensive time, and that time was not a provision in your schedule. So on that behalf, that item is done between manufacturer and owner with certain fixed price or whatever. But that contract that supplier's contract, vendor, between owner and manufacturer, supply contract, material contract, that is automatically according to conditions of countries novated, is novated to main contractor. This condition is added in your contract. So that way you can say that contract is a part of novation. That applies here. Maybe I'm not sure this condition is covered in FedEx, I'm not gone through that yet, but this is practically what I learned, novation of contract. You are nowhere in that. That contract shall be a part of your contract once you are awarded this contract, and you will be responsible with that manufacturer, and owner shall not be responsible for anything except that contract you have to accept, and be responsible for payments for everything when material is delivered or whatever conditions do exist there on same terms and conditions as owner did. That exclusion, that's I can say that exemption of, it's not a part of your contract in beginning, but that inclusion comes in, only that can change your subcontract, I mean to say your main contract. Otherwise there is no way out that you can change something on your contract. So your contract is not subject to change or amendment, but design can be amended of some requirement if so. Omissions can be there, additions come there, deletions can be there, and there can be specifications impact. Of course, specifications can be changed. Some material is not available, there's alternative material. For that, variations are done. Either this expensive material or not expensive material. If it's expensive, you have to tolerate. If it's metal that saves money, you have to pay back to owner. This is requirement. If you are losing because of your problem, there's a delivery problem, because you did not care in time, delivery doesn't come to you because of contractor's fault, you have to buy expensive material at your cost. If there is a saving, you have to pay back to owner. This is what is required on contract. Your amount cannot be changed, it can be decreased, cannot be enhanced until employers demand something new. Keep in mind this. It is very important. I'm telling you, additional money you won't be paid, but savings can be withdrawn from you. This is law of contract. This point everybody cannot understand. If you submit, say, lump sum price and there's an error in the calculation, you overload some price or there is some mistake, when they check it, they scrutinize it, your price is X amount, if it should be X plus Y, real amount, then they'll ask a question, are you interested in this bid because your amount is X plus Y? We are not going to pay you Y. If you accept this, we keep X, or it say X minus Y, your price is X, they say Y is there, we are reducing your price because of calculations. They want you to ask you, say, okay, you sign this or don't sign this. If there's more money, they won't pay. If there's less money, they will reduce this money. This is what lump sum fixed price means. If you can understand this point, every time it's good for you. It may be red book price or it may be silver book price. It doesn't make anything different. It may be question of millions. You have to tolerate. You have to digest that. If you are able to digest that, take risks in such contracts or don't take risks. If prices rise in future or there's a fluctuation in currency market, nobody is going to help you until there's official announcement that customer rates have increased. and there is a condition in your contract that this fluctuation of customs we will take care of that. Contract will be paid for that. If there is a fall or rise in customs, if there is a fall or rise in labor rate, if it's there, means this, then you have to say today's rates are these, material rates are these. We are subject to these rates. Submit in this matter. So this shall come into category of qualification. And then it depends upon those people whether to accept your qualification or not to accept your qualification. Generally, qualification is ignored, it's not accepted. And because you want this job, you don't qualify. So no, means no, and you lose, you handcuff your hands into their hands. That is what beauty of contract is. It's not joke. It's not a person who has no experience. That person cannot be given job like this until you understand contract. And of course, therefore, qualified staff, engineering staff is required for designs, for contracts, for everything. And engineers are required on contracts because this is engineering contract. It may be construction engineering, it may be design engineering, it may be whatever. It is engineering contract. It's not simple contract. It's conducted by engineers, it's drafted by engineers, it's finalized by engineers, and it's operated by engineers, administered by engineers. Yes, consultancy can be brought for laws. Means whatever we are doing, is it not legal or legal? Because contract should be based on conditions and laws which can be operated, which can be enforced. There should be no undue condition in that. That goes against law. Every condition should be for contract law and for other laws. It can be anything you can write, no, you cannot write. You have to follow professional practice, and you have to add only those conditions which relate to your project, and no extra conditions which don't relate to be included. That point must be clear. I don't say that only those people who are lawyers. Lawyers can't do that because lawyers don't know ABCD of work. And once you don't know ABCD of work, how can you say everything can't be done according to law on site? So many 90% activities are done off paper. You can't say, oh, is that? You cannot take everything in writing. You have to consider that point as well. It's not court. Court takes 20 years for finalizing some judgment. We have to immediately decide on site. We cannot go for everything, give in writing. No, you can't say that. Technical work is technical work. Yes, you may write anything in registers, I proved, not approved, in papers. But you think, evidence really? No, that's only evidence. Reporting of site, that's evidence. Daily job record, monthly job record, progress report, site diary, this and that, approvals. These are only evidence which court cannot understand. And that's only the reason that arbitration or dispute avoidance or education both are required in addition to engineers to help project run smoothly without any barricade, and that's only way out of this. And if we can't understand that, we lose. That point we must understand that there is a flaw in this. We can't go for the flaw. We must understand that point. That flaw cannot be tolerated in any case. That's the best point that we should understand clearly. That law is like this. 757. Well, if we can't understand that point, it's no use, we waste our time. Contract must be taken very seriously. It can be taken non-seriously, you cannot take it. If you take it non-seriously, you lose that. These points we must understand. It's not, it's not joke. It's not joke, it's something to be very realistic. And we must understand what we do. We must understand what we have done. That's the point that we can say is right or not right, that we have to understand. Joke, there is no joke on contracts. There is no joke that we can do on contracts. Contracts are contracts. And if you make mistake, you will suffer. Nobody can stop you from that. If you make mistake, you are going to suffer certainly, you are for sure going to suffer. And you are going to suffer for time, you are going to suffer for money, you are going to fail in extension of time, you are going to, so many problems are going to face on contracts. Small accumulative problems, quality front, you are going to face problems. In those days, you are going to face problems. End of project, handling of project is very big problem that we should understand. It's not easy. It should be covered up in every respect. Life is not that easy in contracts as we think. That's what I say. Contract is contract. It's no game. You should not be happy if we got a contract. Once we contract means we have commitment, we have liability, we have obligation, we have to deliver. It's not simple that we would deliver or we can deliver. You have to deliver. And if you cannot deliver, then you are not right person. You have no right to be called a contractor. So if you lose everything, who shall help you? If you go to arbitration, you cannot go to arbitration also, because if you want to go to arbitration, there should be quantum of amount. A small amount, 1%, 0.5%, if you want to go arbitration, you will waste your time and money, because arbitration will charge that much. So at engineer level or at site in charge level, you can say consultant site in charge, engineer, at that level if you solve problem, even if you have to digest some loss, that shall help your work. And if you are not able to digest that, you will not certainly get anything in that. You have to digest there only, no other way out. You can't say. And that's really very challenging at that point. Challenge is there. Understanding of contract conditions is not very much problem, but operations of that condition is a question mark. Operation of contract is a question mark. Conditions are no problem. Some may not be operated, some may be operated. Language of conditions is also important. From time to time we have to operate these conditions, and we have to fulfill our paper requirements to some extent, if not to full extent. We have to raise claims when it comes, and we have to take care of technical matters very seriously, because it's only technical matters that stop payment. You are not doing job according to specifications, then you won't be paid. Simple. The job is not according to specifications, they won't pay. They will hold it. And if it's held, if there's NCR, non-compliance report, you have to clear it. You have to close it. If you didn't get approval, you have to take approval. If your approvals, your material submittals are not finally approved, you have to take final approval. You have to obtain this. You have to submit all approvals again and again until you get final approval, even of drawing or of materials or whatever work. You cannot leave it to chance. You cannot leave it to power of engineer, because engineers like you, nobody wants to take risk. Risk are moving. People do not care. They should care. That's what I'm saying. Life is not as you are thinking. Life is different. So you must care for your life. And if you don't do that, certainly you are going to face problem. Nobody can save you from that. It's really, you can say, something extraordinary, and you have to do what you should do, and you have to do, otherwise you shall have problem. If you take contract too lightly, it's a problem, and if you take contract too heavily, that's also a problem, because too heavily means you cannot work, and too lightly means you miss work. If you take too heavily, then you will be fearful at every moment, and being fearful is no solution. That also you remember. Being fearful is no solution. Free mind is very important. Whatever your price is, you cannot change that in no way, except variations. Extension is not easy, you can get. So only thing is you should be smart enough to keep everything in time, to move in time, and if you cannot move in time, you shall certainly face losses. You need a person who can keep yourself on track, and that person is search for. Every plus and minus person cannot be used for contracts. Designs can be done by everybody. Planning can be done by everybody. Quantification can be done by. As far as contract is concerned, a mature person who knows pluses and minuses. Maybe letters are not valuable to someone at that time, but these letters become foundations of dispute resolution in future. That point we should care of, and those who don't care of that, they certainly suffer. And based on my experience, I am stating this not because I want to say something. We have to understand this point very well. And those who understand this, they enjoy, and those who don't understand this, they can't enjoy. This is what life is all about. Once we are in contract, you have to immerse in contract. You cannot come out of contract until because everything is in mind. There are 50% items which are not on papers, which are in your mind. So you can recollect them. What are records are records. What are diaries are diaries. What are jails are. There are so many things which are just in your minds. Everything cannot be recorded. But you can think later on. That's what I'm saying. Smartness is required, mentally smart, not smart by you are wearing good clothes, dressing sense and that sense. I'm not talking of that. I'm talking of that your presence of mind, your concentration, your smartness in handling problems, your communication power, your drafting power, your speaking power, your thinking power. Excessive writing or excessive speak is no use. Yes, one should work according to requirement. You should not violate contract provisions. You should not violate contract documentation. You have to keep safe. You have to keep safe in safety materials. Safety matters you have to keep safe in quality, and of course all different. You have to keep yourself untrapped. Then you can say you can pass through that contract. Believe me, it's not easy. If you take lightly, okay, you'll see nothing happens. Oh, don't write this at this moment. If that attitude you adopt, means you're certainly going to be in bad shape tomorrow, and that shape is not viable. So I think I should now say bye-bye to you people for current talk. I could not refer now to FIDIC because I wanted to first understand future liability is contract, and you must understand that as well. So no problem, it's now time to close, and already is 5 hours gone. Well, I expected that I had to close it 10-15 minutes more, but it's not time now. It becomes very boring, I think. Even you can't digest 5 hours, but remember, I am giving you something very, very special which you won't get from some other source. Even if you consult English writing book, American books or Bharat books, you shall not get this information from everywhere, because this is based on practice. This is based on burning day and night in sun, in thunder, and that point you must understand. Well, everybody is not so keen on contracts. People want to run away from contracts. That's not right also. If you run away from contracts, what should you get? Nothing. Ultimately, contract has to pay you. Even if you are a consultant, contract has to pay you. Contract, I'm not saying contract, I mean to say project. Project shall pay you. If project runs, it shall pay you. If it doesn't run, it cannot pay you. Even if you're a designer, if you get contract, your company will move. If you don't have a contract, your company shall not move. So by this way or by that way, if project realizes, as I told you, engineering means the initiation to delivery. Initiation to delivery of product, that is called project. Not simply design project or construction project. If you design and leave it, there's no meaning of project. And you can't do construction without details. So complete sequence of initiation of something to final product and operation of product is called, that's project. This project is full of chain, complete chain, as I said in my project management paper also. So my purpose is only to apprise you. Next time when I talk to you, I shall start conditioning again discuss, but more than that conditions, as interpretation of conditions, we should know implication, liabilities of contract. Contract is a commitment between both parties and both are bound. There is no question of junior or senior or inferior or superior. Question is of responsibility, liability, obligation, accountability, delivery and acceptance and rejection or discharge or charge. When you sign contract, we charge both parties and we discharge them when works are completed, including maintenance and including discharge. That's the discharge, and this is called charge. We execute means we charge both parties with something. Contract or discharge for obligation of doing job in all respects, and employer is charged to pay to that person. Both are charged, and then say both discharge. Then project is discharged. The employer has to take its responsibility in every respect, and contract comes out. Contract is not except for warranted items. Contract is free to go anywhere. Only for warranted items is bound, and for which there is some kind of control on that. So with this I close this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I hope I'm not getting any feedback from people which I expected, because no one is listening, but later on you see this on Facebook or LinkedIn or wherever. I didn't get any feedback which I have a right to get, but I don't think, maybe you are reading, you're not interested, fine, but it's better if you give some feedback. There's the interest of each and everybody, and I think then I should know. Is there something I can give, something I don't remember? I talked today about what? We talked of something about engineering, what engineering is, how it works, and what we should do as an engineer. And then we talked about soil and what is soil, how it works. I'm just recounting what we did, because many of us, what's meaning of soil, how can we investigate it, how can we use it, and then we moved to the contracts. So, well, I think these hours, of course, during soil period, I was reading book, this by Dr. Jan Sinha, just because I can't explain everything on my own. I have to take reference also. The reference I took from that was soil exploration, soil investigation, his sampling method, other methods. That chapter is almost over. I'll take another file if I have that one to discuss with you. And now tomorrow I'll start with bearing capacity of that if I think it's right. Then we'll jump on to report, or maybe in parallel I take that report as well. That soil investigation report. That's also your job, your right to carry. I hope I'll be successful in that, and I feel pleased that I could do something to world, to community, to public. And with this, thank you very much, and I close this video now. Once again, thank you.